Sniped that 1 second. Easy clap. Easy clap. Good morning. Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the stream. How is everyone doing? There has not been the Discord bot is sleeping once again. I'm gonna give him another minute, otherwise I'm gonna have to post on the Discord myself. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to do it myself. But okay. Welcome. Hope you're doing great. Hope your day's great so far. Hope it gets even better from here. Cap Kermit, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. That's a long time. I appreciate you. Hire me as a Discord bot. I mean, you basically are that. You already. Just in a different channel. So that works. I guess that works. Noob Cybot, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Praise be his name. Do you plan on reacting to the updated TCG policy, or do you prefer to not talk about it on stream? I mean, I wouldn't care. I just don't think it's that interesting. I guess we can look over it. If there's is there like a short form that has all the updates? My cat is all right, just a bit sleepy. Okay, that is good news. I'm glad to hear that. I mean, I saw that there was policy updates, but I didn't see. Is there anything super important in there? Is there anything we need to talk about? The yugioh is doable today. We shall do it then. We talk about the slow play adjustments. I actually haven't looked into it yet. If they have a TLDR article, if they do have that, then I am down to do it. Let me put a. I feel like I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna make a post in the Discord now because the bot is apparently not working. I don't know why that's the case, but. Official KDE US tournament infractions and penalty policies version 2.2. Okay, we can look into that in a bit. Kitty cat didn't eat for 3 days. Aw, I hope it's getting better soon. All right. Hold up. Let me pull up the card guesser and the yugioh. Let's start with the yugioh today. Why not? Let's mix it up a little bit. While everyone is people arriving, let's do the yugioh together. Pansy Cake, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying the content enough. 6 months is a long time. Appreciate you. Now the bot woke up. It always does that. It always does it like a minute after I post. It was the same yesterday. Exactly 1 minute after I post. Yesterday, I posted myself at 12:04 and then it posted at 12:05. Now I posted at 12:07 and then it posts at 12:08. It's so dumb. I don't know why. Some emotes are broken in the overlay. I noticed that yesterday. The thing is, I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix it. Priest, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for the prime. Welcome back. You wake him up with your posting? Maybe. Okay, not a fire. Higher than 3. Not a plant. Not just an effect monster. Let me do Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. Alright. Ooh. Dragon effect 2500, 2000. Lower than 2014. Not a pendulum. Higher than level 7. I'm thinking Synchro. Stardust Dragon? Stardust Dragon. No, Stardust Spark? Oh! Boomers Unite. Easy clap. In Halvood, thank you for the 4 months. It's all the emotes that are not from Better TTV or 7TV. All the emotes that are not... Okay. So I just add the ones that don't work to my 7TV? Is that the move? I just add the ones that don't work to... I just add them to 7TV? Yeah, if you could tell me which ones are not working, I can just add them to 7TV and that should work, right? Yeah, that should probably work. All right. Let me know once you send over the list and I'll do it. Let's just do the card guesser in the meantime. Let's switch sides. Also, we're not a 1K Andy anymore. Sag, but I'm sure we get there again. Easy clap. No problem. No worries. Edison stream when? Either tomorrow or on Thursday. Because I want to do, on the first day that the Ishizu cards drop in Master Duel, I want to do Master Duel. But I don't know if that's tomorrow or if it's in 2 days. Because in the game, I saw this morning, it said 9th of March for the selection pack. So maybe it's not tomorrow? How about Deck Doctor? We can do another Deck Doctor soon. 2 days? Well, then tomorrow is going to be Edison. Tomorrow is going to be Edison. And then Thursday, we're going to do Ishizu in Master Duel. You plan on opening a Maze of Memories booster box, right? I will, yeah. I mean, I get one from SmartGuard to open on the channel every time. Shoutouts to SmartGuard. We are back to TCG today, yes. Today is TCG. This is a Lightsworn, I think Garoth? Yeah. I know those abs. I feel like I've seen this before. It's something Constellar. But it is Constellar. I think this is called Taihon 2? Hog. Hey, I'm good today. I'm doing okay. I mean, with 3 cards in, but... Is this Defender? I think this is Defender. The Destiny hero. Yeah. Okay, I'm in shape today. But what the hell is this? Famous last word. Don't say that. What the hell is that? Link party? Not a party I want to be invited to. This is giving me Drytron vibes. Drytron Ritual Monster vibes. No? Isn't there 2? This thing? No, it's not. Okay, well then I'm wrong. Oh, it is a Drytron though. Okay. I had the correct vibes. It just wasn't one of the ritual monsters. The hell? What is that? Monkey board could probably come back. I don't know if they will do it, but it probably could. What the hell is that? Supreme Rage? Oh, you're right. Ice Jade? I did feel like it was an Ice Jade card, but the problem is there's a lot of Ice Jade cards and I don't know any of them. You're probably right. It's probably an Ice Jade card. It is an Ice Jade card, but... Love Live Idol, thank you for the 7. Welcome back. Thank you. Also, ever since I said I'm in good shape, I haven't done a single point, I think. Vylon Omega, maybe? No. Tetra. Hept, of course. This is another Lightsworn. I think it might be Genis. No. Minerva? Yeah. What the hell is that? Is like, oh, Ascator? Dawnwalker. Yeah. Okay. Symphonic, but no idea which one. Concurrent? This? Okay. Uh, Fortune Vision. Okay, heavy life twin vibes here, but actually, no. Ghost Trick. Sulfacord? Oh my god, there's too many of these archetypes. Cutia. Uh, I know what this is. It's very old. Is it anti-Raigeki? It is that, right? Yeah. I think this is BES Crystal Core. Yeah. See, that's the type of shit I know. I know my BES Crystal Cores when I see them. This one I have no idea. PM Captor. Good morning, distant coders uncle. I'm doing great. How are you? Flying fish. I've seen this before. Is this not an Eteria? It's a flower cardian? Oh nah, not a flower cardian. Which one is it? Brago, thank you for the 5 months. I don't know what it is though. I'm skipping. Oh, it is a flower guardian. Zebra grass. Is that Mudora? Well, wait. Why does it only give me one Mudora option? Why is there no? Why is the other? Has it not been updated since the Shizu cards came out? This is I think Chiron or Chiron. Yeah. Here we have. I've seen this. It's like a ninja something, but I don't know what it's called. It's like an old card, and I absolutely did not say any of the words there. I think this is a generator. I'm pretty sure this is a generator. Which one was that? Hella? No. Boss room? Yeah. I'm starting to learn. Okay, this is Durandal, I think. I think this is this one. Yeah. I'm starting to learn some of those archetypes for this game that I used to just not know, not have any chance. We're getting stronger. Even though the points don't reflect it, at some point we'll be able to pop off. We'll get to 4 digits again at some point. It's the day when I start guessing cards with less zooming, that'll be the day where we pop off. I have seen this, but I can't name it. Skullbird. Wait, that's flying fish again. Double flying fish angle. Oh god, this is like the Vehicroid fusion connection zone? Yeah. This is I have no idea. Looks like some... Oh, no, it's the B-Trooper Scout Buggy, is it not? Yeah, Scout Buggy. And here... What the hell? Oh, I've seen it. But I don't know what it's called. Damage Diet. This image does not fit the name. Dark Magic Attack? Yeah. Oh, not another Constellar, please. Wait, it's not a gun, it's a Gaia. Yeah, same thing. Okay, I'd like to see something of the card. Okay, is this Lone Wolf? It's not. It's some wolf. Wolf. Okay. Yeah, I mean, not wrong. It is that. Yep, wolf. This is a Gravekeeper. Gravekeepers. I want to say Spiritualist, but I'm not sure. Okay, it was wrong. Oracle? Priest? Oh, I think Priest might be... No, Priestess looks different, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oracle. I'm gonna skip. It's 100% the Gravekeeper, but Shaman. Nabi, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Oh, I've seen this. What is it? Is it a Jester card? It's a Jester card. But there's a couple. So it's not Jester Confit. Jester Lord? That's what it is. At some point it's gotta be Victory Viper. Today is the day. It's victory. It's actually Victory Viper. Okay, nice. Today's a good day. That's like the one I know of these battleships is like Victory Viper. This is an Ally of Justice. That kind of looks like Cataster, but it's not Cataster. Is there another Cataster? Cataster? No, it's only Necros of Cataster. But I don't know what this is called. Evil Swarm Golem? The hell? I have seen this, but I have to skip it. It's a shame, but I have seen this, but Ominous Fortune Telling. Okay, this is an alien card. It could be Pollutant Virus, or it is something A-Cell. A-Cell. Corruption A-Cell? Interplanetary Invader 8. 8. This is, I think, Dark Magician Girl Dragon Knight, or whatever it's called. This thing? Yeah. This is an Ice Barrier card, but I don't know. Do Dark, what of the Ice Barrier? I don't even know what the Do Dark is. I want to say Borreload. Fog. This is, I think, Spirit Barrier? No. Astral Barrier, that's what it is. That is what it was. This thing, no shot. Dynamorphia Sonic. Actually, there was a shot. I lied. I could have done that. This is Junk Archer. Oh, it's the Cyber's Rabbit. What's it called? The Cyber's Rabbit. The Cyber Bunny. What is it called? Mecha Bunny? Mecha Bunny. That sounds right. Yep. This is Desert Twister. Don't ask me why I know that, please. Because I don't know. Okay. That something that disgusting can only be a gimmick puppet. Scissor Arm, Shadow Feeler, Magnet Doll, Terror Baby. There's so many. Gigantus Doll? Oh, okay. You have here. Oh, is that the Super Quantal? Big no. Cyber's Reminder. Alright. This looks like Ancient Gear Golem. Ancient Gear Golem? Yeah. This one, I don't know. Proud Chevalier. Mutually assured destruction. Okay. This is a megalith? Oh, this is a megalith. I have 4 seconds. OPL. Oh, Pog, I guessed the right one. I didn't actually know which one it was. I didn't actually know which one it was. Okay. 651, not the best. I think towards the end we did okay, but in the middle we had like we had a little downswing, which is, I guess, okay, it happens. I sent you a list on Discord. Okay, let me check. That's a lot of broken emotes. Okay, let me fix that real quick. Let me fix that real quick. All right, so you say the emotes that are not working are Pog. Pog is not working. Okay, Pog, use emote. Then white people. Oh, we need white people happy. White people happy. Use emote. There we go. Feels bad man. Use emote. Lol W. Pop. Monka. Oh, we need Monka Omega. That's important. That is very important. Yo, Richie, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. I will. As long as you guys are enjoying and supporting the content, I will keep it up. Thank you. People think. There we go. Monka gun. Oh god. Monka W. How are all these broken, by the way? What happened? People. Oh my god. People G's not working? That's not good. Wow. Hypers. Monka. Monka. White people sad. White people sad. Wait, what? Oh. Not weed, people said. Use emote. Heck, wait. Wait, no, that's sad kick. Kick, wait. Then, yep. Yep. Yep, very important. Monka Christ, also essential, I think. Monka Christ, kind of essential. What is Pikachu S? Oh, that one, of course. Rage. Wait, but some of them we have. So the thing is, some of them are not working right now, which I'm not sure why. In the overlay, at least. Are they working in chat? If you guys are putting rages in chat right now, I know they are not working on the overlay, but are they working in chat? In chat, they're working. Okay, then let me very quickly try something. Let me update the chat widget. Hold up. Refresh. Okay, refreshed. Now someone put a prage in chat. Okay, they still don't work. So I don't know why. I don't know why. I guess I have to do something about the I guess I have to do something about the connection between chat and the overlay, but that is not something I can fix right now. Anyways, that's okay. Yeah, as long as you have the emotes in chat, that's also worth something. But I mean, it's kind of annoying. I'll try to fix it for tomorrow. I don't know why some of them are not working. Yeah, some of them do work, which is why it's confusing. I don't know why some of them work and some of them don't, which is kind of awkward. But yeah, it's okay. I'll figure it out. All right. And with that, the warm-up is done. Welcome everyone to today's stream. Today is TCG day. If you are wondering for the plans for this week, we are doing some TCG today. There's various things we can do today. Like I saw that there's been an update to the tournament policies, so we're gonna check that out. I saw that there was a Lithium video about the Vanquish Soul archetypes that we read yesterday, so we're gonna check that out. We're gonna check if the spreadsheet has any new interesting deck lists. And then last but not least, we're gonna check for, or like not check, but we're gonna test and start preparing for the YCS a little bit. The BTTV emotes are the only ones working in OBS currently. Okay, is that an issue like on OBS's end? Is that because of the recent OBS update? Because that could have been like I remember recently there was an update to OBS, so maybe that's what broke the thing. But yeah. Anyways, that's the plan for the day. Magical Hats we already watched yesterday. Yes, we have watched Magical Hats. The hats that were magical, we did watch yesterday. I still need to start testing, but don't have a laptop. It's fine. I'll hook you up with a fire deck, Scrub, if you want. Yami Uzi, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, we're one away. We are one away from being a 1000 Andy again. Can someone please free me from my pain and get us the Pepe D? Literally begging, just this one time. Not just Dante. Thank you for the prime. There we go. Thank you so much. Hey, 4 digits again. 4 digits. 4 digits on the sub goal again. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Alzaris, thank you for the gift sub. Hey. And there we go. Does Pepe D work in the overlay? Okay, thank God it does. Pepe D does work. Pepe D does work. That's important. That's the most crucial one, honestly. If Pepe D didn't work, I don't know what we would do. I don't know what we would do if Pepe D did not work. But thankfully it does. All right. I'll let you finish Pepe D'ing and then we start looking at these policy updates. There we go. Okay. Enough Pepe D's. Official KDE US Tournament Infractions and Penalties Policy version 2.2. Now, when they say KDE US, I assume this still applies to Europe? Or do we actually have separate policies for Europe? Or did they update them both in the same way? We have the same post for Europe. Okay. So we do have separate policies? We do have separate policies, but in this case, they are the same. They did the same updates. So I can just read this one. I can just read this one and it'll be fine. I'm not missing anything super important. Okay. Since tournament policy documents require ongoing updates and amendments to keep pace with organized play, we are pleased to present you with version 2.2. We've made a few changes in this latest version. You will find clarification of existing policy, restructuring of previous information to make it easier to understand, some new additions, and some changes from previous policy. You'll need to know all this information to properly prepare for tournament play, but don't worry. We have prepared an article about the major changes and what they mean for you. While it isn't a list of each and every change, it'll explain the most significant changes as you read through this article. Have a copy of the policy document open too and refer to it as you go. Reading this article by itself instead of reading the policy document won't provide you with all of the information you need to be ready for tournament play. Most of the sections in the policy document itself will have example charts that will help you understand how the policy works. Let's take it section by section. Some of the previous subsection designations have changed in this new version, so keep that in mind as you go. I'm just gonna see, since I do know most of the... I've read through the documents before, so I'm gonna see if I have to open one next to it. I'll see if I understand it even without it. Section 1, Philosophy. This section explains the purpose behind the tournament infractions and penalties policy. Outlines the appropriate code of behavior for persons at a tournament. Instructs judges and tournament officials how to identify infractions and assign correct penalties. Helps ensure a fair and consistent tournament experience by explaining the various types of infractions along with the penalties assigned to each infraction. And they changed... Changes to this section include persons attending a tournament. What changed? We separated appropriate and not appropriate judge calls into separately labeled sections to better explain the difference between the two. We've also provided some newer examples to help clarify. What does this mean? Judge calls, these are questions or issues about gameplay, are intended to maintain a fair and consistent tournament. Judge calls should not be used as an exploitive tool to gain an unfair advantage or to target another person. Okay, that seems fine. I mean, that's a good thing, right? That's basically referring to you should only call a judge when you have a good reason to do so, which is a reasonable thing to be in there, I suppose. Was that not in there beforehand? I mean, okay, no, I do think that was in there before. It's just I think they wanted to make it more clear because they said we separated it into different sections. Okay, it's just... Okay, this is just a clarification. Okay, makes sense. Section 2, Investigation Procedure. This section explains how to investigate issues regarding policy, properly identify infractions, and apply penalties. Changes to this section include time extensions. Oh. We clarified the example table by adding a title for each example to reiterate each rule and make it easier to retrain. We also added an additional example. Okay. What does this mean? There are specific rules for applying time extensions, understanding how they work. Okay, so they only changed the examples. They didn't actually change the rules. I think. Is what this means. This section is worth reading in the policy docs. Okay, did they link the actual policy docs in here? That would be a very... Okay, they did. And where do I go? It was section 2, investigation procedure, time extensions. Time extensions cannot exceed the time remaining in the round. Well, obviously. The judge responds to a judge call at a match with 3 minutes left. The duelists decide to appeal the ruling. The total length of the appeal time was 7 minutes. The duelist should only be given a 3-minute time extension as that was the time lost during the round. That makes sense, yes. Well, I mean... Yes. Yes, okay. Time extensions are not given when no time remains in the round. Well, obviously. Time extensions are not given with a game loss. After a deck check, a duelist receives a marked card major, resulting in a game loss penalty. No time extension is given for the deck check. Okay, I didn't know that, but I guess. I mean, since you skip a game, I suppose. Multiple time extensions run consecutively. A table was randomly selected for a deck check, which gets them an 8-minute time extension. Later in that same round, one duelist calls for a ruling. The table will get another appropriate later in the same time. The other duelist has policies. Run one after another. I mean, of course. Time extensions begin when the judge arrives at a table. Also, of course. So, did any of this actually change? I feel like this all makes sense and was in place beforehand. I feel like they only clarified better with, like it says here, we added a title for each example to make it easier to retain. So, okay. Anyways, subsection F, game state. We separated irreparable, reparable, and accepted game states into separate sections to make the difference easier to understand. Okay. We added a section to clarify significant advantage, which was not a widely understood concept. We clarified some of the example in the misrepresenting the game state example table. What does this mean? It is each duelist's responsibility to maintain an accurate game state and to call over a judge immediately should any disruption to the game state occur. Disruptions to the game state should be evaluated carefully to determine whether the game state is irreparable, repairable, or accepted, and whether or not the disruption has created significant advantage. Misrepresenting the game state is a serious offense and can happen in a variety of ways. Be aware of this and avoid doing it. Examples. Irreparable game state. A duelist returns a face-down monster to her deck to special summon Gladiator Beast Heraclinus from her extra deck without revealing it to her opponent. There is no way to tell if the face-down card was a Gladiator Beast monster, so the action is irreparable. It is appropriate to give the duelist a game loss. Makes sense. A duelist forgets to discard down to the legal hand limit at the end of the turn. During his opponent's turn, he plays a card that draws a card. There's no way to know which cards the duelist had in his hand prior to drawing the card. This is not a mandatory effect, but a mandatory game mechanic. This action is irreparable and is appropriate to give the duelist a game loss. Wouldn't that only apply, though, if they shuffled the hand after drawing? I don't actually know, but I was always under the impression that if you draw a card and it can, like, by accident, or like if you draw a card when you shouldn't be drawing a card, and you don't shuffle your hand, it can be determined which card you drew. But I guess, you know. Repairable game states. A game state can be considered repairable even if every single error cannot be repaired. If a duelist has damaged the game state due to an illegal action, missed the mandatory effect, etc., and gameplay can be rewound to the point of the illegal action, it should be rewound even if the opponent may gain an advantage from information that was previously private knowledge. A game loss is not an appropriate penalty for a repairable game state unless as an upgrade from previous infractions. There's one... we're not doing the judge test. No, we're looking at there's been an update to the penalty policies, or like the tournament policies. So we're looking at what changed. I just read that where like gameplay can be rewound to the point of the illegal action. It should be rewound even if the opponent may gain an advantage from information that was previously private knowledge. I have one example of this, which was years ago, which was a very weird ruling, which was given to me at I think it was German Nationals. I think it was at some point in Top Cut. I played Necros against Cleafort. And what ended up happening was my opponent flipped. I think it was game 3. My opponent flipped a lose 1 turn, even though they had a special summoned monster on the field, which I think lose 1 turn says you can only activate it if you don't have a special summoned monster. Hold up. Let me pull that up before I say something wrong. Yes. Lose 1 turn reads, activate only if you currently control no special summoned monsters. So I believe it was turn 1 and they pendulum summoned with Cleafort. And then they activated this. And we both didn't realize that they couldn't do it. Because I just looked at their field and I saw a Cleafort monster. I was like, okay, that's probably normal summoned. I just forgot that I was so used to Cleafort never special summoning that I didn't even know lose 1 turn had that restriction back then. I was just like so used to them always being able to use it. And then I normal summoned Denko Sekka. And then I think it was my opponent who realized that he couldn't have used lose 1 turn. And so we called over a judge. Even I think it was the head judge who came over immediately because it was in Top Cut and they were right there. And the thing was, the weird thing was that my opponent had Mind Crush face down as well. So what would happen if they just rewind the game state would be like, okay, we have to return to my draw phase. I get back Denko Sekka. They have to set back the lose 1 turn. But then my opponent knows I have Denko Sekka, so they can just Mind Crush it, which is normally never something they would do. You know? And it was super, super weird. And I honestly, I don't want to be the judge in that situation. Like... So the very weird thing that they did back then, which was, I don't know if that was the best way to rule it or anything. It was not my decision, but the way they ruled it back then in that scenario, they did not give a game loss, no, because it was technically repairable, right? So what they did was they rewound it to the draw phase. They did rewind it to the draw phase. So the Denko Sekka returned to hand, and the lose 1 turn returned face down. But they also did not allow my opponent to Mind Crush Denko Sekka, which was the ruling. I don't know. It is a very weird ruling. It was not. It is not reflected in the documents. It is. I think. To be fair, looking at it from an outside perspective, even though it is not listed as an example in the documents, it is the most fair solution. I think. If you think about it, it is the most fair solution because, like the floodgate was not a legal activation. The floodgate was not a legal activation, and they would have never used Mind Crush like blind. So it like, it only makes sense the way they did it, right? Like, flip face down the floodgate, return the Denko, but let me summon the Denko, like, don't allow them to mind crush it. Which is still, it's a very weird, you know? I think it made sense. I think it made sense, but just from this segment here, it would seem like today, if that happened again, of course, maybe the policy document was also different. This was 8 years ago at this point. So back today, this would sound like even if we have to rewind, so it would still say, but the thing is, I'm wondering, it should be rewound even if the opponent may gain an advantage from information that was previously private knowledge. Does opponent refer to the opponent of the duelist who damaged the game state due to an illegal action? Because back then, it was my opponent who damaged the game state by an illegal action. But it was also my opponent who gained that previously private knowledge. It wasn't me. I mean, I guess I got private knowledge that they have a loose one turn face down. But the more important private knowledge was revealed to the player with, but it's whatever. Check next section. What is the accepted game state? The thing is, at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get to is like that these sorts of things, even when there is a policy document to it, are still, I think, a nightmare to evaluate from a judge perspective sometimes. Like, because in that moment, it was like very clear that my opponent didn't do it on purpose. At least I didn't feel like they did. I think they just didn't know. And I didn't catch it. So it was also my fault. At the same time, I think the fact that that random wrong activation would cause them to know I have Denko Sekka in hand so they can just mind crush it to win the game is also not a reasonable solution. If you're like the head judge in that spot, you're like, okay, well, you activated an illegal lose one turn. That caused your opponent to show you Denko Sekka. So now we're rewinding and you get to mind crush the Denko Sekka is also not really in the spirit of a fair game, I think, So I think it's like. Anyways, accepted game states. Sometimes the judge may take the determination that even though the game state has been damaged, it has happened too far back to fully repair and does not create a significant advantage for the duelist most at fault. The judge may then declare the game state to be accepted, meaning play will continue as is. And this is also one of the hardest things to evaluate, I think, because the term significant advantage and duelist most at fault are like by default not like they're not objective, right? Like you like whether this is a significant advantage or not is like basically up for discussion every single time. But there's examples now for a significant advantage, I suppose. The Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG can be a complex game with a variety of factors influencing the outcome, so it can be difficult to say with certainty what constitutes a significant advantage. If an action would result in a duelist who should not win a game winning a game, that is a good baseline for determining significant advantage. Example. A duelist activates and resolves the effect of Magical Explosion while the opponent has Jinzo face up on the field. The effect of Magical Explosion inflicts enough damage for the opponent to lose the game. Neither duelist realizes the effect of Magical Explosion should have been negated by Jinzo until after both duelists have shuffled the cards from their hand and graveyard into their deck to prepare for the next game. Oh, so what you're saying, oh, really? That's interesting. Because what this implies, and I didn't know this, it's never happened to me, thankfully, I think. But I have sometimes heard of situations where people have packed up their decks, like shuffled up their decks, and then realized that there was something that was illegal, right? So what this implies is that you can rewind that, which I don't know if that's always been the case. It says game loss. Does it say? I mean, it says up here. Where does it say game loss? How do you rewind that? Well, you don't rewind it, but you basically give the other player the win. Under game loss section. Okay, so what you're saying is in this scenario, where am I? In this scenario here, if this was actually the case, right? Where it's like, I had a Jinzo on the field, my opponent activated Magical Explosion, that killed me. We didn't realize that there was a Jinzo on the field because we forgore. In that scenario, it's either irreparable with game loss or repairable. It can never be accepted. What do you mean but it can be accepted? You mean in this case, it's not an accepted game state? Because it's significant advantage. It can't be an accepted game state if there is significant advantage. Well, the problem is, though, it can't be, it also can't be rewound if they've shuffled up their decks. Right? There's like no way to rewind it. So it can't be accepted. It can't be rewound either. So like, so you basically, do you undo the win of the Jinzo player, the Magical Explosion player? Do you just say like, let's say this was game one. Let's say this was game one. Pateri, thank you for the 3 months. Let's say this was game one. And the Magical Explosion player wins, so he's technically up 1 game. And then they start siding, and during siding, the one guy's like, wait a minute, I had Yugioh on my field. Do they undo that win? Or do they just give a game loss and continue to do 1 and 1? You can repair it if all cards are unknown? You mean if all cards are known? Let's just assume it's not possible to repair it because both players had cards in hand. Okay, let's just assume. Let's just assume there was unknown cards in both players' hands, so there's no way to rewind it, okay? So is it like, is the game now 1-0 or 1-1? And if it's 1-0, who's leading? Because I'm freaking, it's never happened to me. It's never happened to me, and whenever I heard of a story like this, I feel like I always heard of it in the way where they wouldn't do anything about it anymore because it happened. And they were like, yeah, we can't rewind it anymore. You both kind of accepted it. So, you know what I mean? That is what I thought. But that's interesting. I mean, yeah. I guess the one even bigger problem is like, you have no way of guaranteeing. Like, this only works if the player who had the Jinzo, like, if they both can agree that the Jinzo was there, right? You know? So, like, even worse, what if it's game 3? Yeah, like, yeah, even better example, Jojo. What if it's game 3? What happens? What if it's game 3? We pack up the cards, but we didn't sign the match slip yet. This is a nightmare. It's scenarios like this where I'm glad that I'm not a judge in those scenarios, because honestly, judges also don't have it easy in these scenarios. Like, that's a tough thing. That's a tough thing to do. What's another example that they have? A Tearlament has a Tearlament's Havis face up on the field. The opponent has Rivalry of Warlords face up on the field and 2,500 life points remaining. The duelist normal summons Rhino Heart, moves to the battle phase, attacks with both monsters to reduce to 0. Neither player. Okay, this is the exact same scenario. I wish they had another example for a significant advantage that doesn't involve packing up your cards. Oh, there it is. A duelist has 700 life points remaining and Imperial Order face up on the field. The duelist ends her turn, forgetting to pay 700 life points to keep Imperial Order face up on the field. On a subsequent turn, she realizes she should have run out of life points during a previous turn. I mean, this thing is like easily repairable. Like you just Omega lol lost, right? In that sense. Like that's an easy rewind. It doesn't even matter what happened after. It doesn't even happen it doesn't even matter what happens after. If you had to pay 700 and you would have died to it, like we can rewind to Dedge. That's not that hard. We can rewind to a Dedge. So that works, I guess. But yeah, this is tough. This one is tough. All right, what else changed? Oh, to be fair, I don't know what exactly changed. I think they just added examples. Section 3 penalties. We have one significant change in this section. The caution penalty has been eliminated entirely. A warning is now the only penalty that can be given for minor infractions. I have never received a caution in my life. I didn't even know that was a thing. I did not even know a caution was a thing. I've always gotten, like, it's always been warnings every time my opponent or me has messed up anything. Oh, that was a locals only. Okay. That was a locals only thing. Okay, that's why maybe. Yeah. All right. The caution has been eliminated. I don't think that matters, especially for high-level tournaments. If you mess something up, it's always at least a minimum of warning already, so that makes sense. Upgrading and downgrading penalties. What changed? We separated the upgrade and downgrade examples into separate tables. Okay, just more examples, easier to understand. What does this mean? Head judges should follow correct policy when determining whether or not to upgrade or downgrade a penalty. Okay. Infractions. This section covers information about the different types of infractions that can be committed. Changes to this section include procedural error. Procedural error PE major game loss. What changed? We've added a new procedural error major if the duelist responsible for submitting the match result for a match that has concluded has not done so before 5 minutes have passed from the official end of the round. That duelist will receive a PE major game loss penalty. Okay, I think that's a good thing. I think this is mostly an issue that they were forced to do this because of recent YCSs. I don't know how it's been done. I do not know how it's been done previously at American YCSs, because for Europe, we've now had online results. And with online results, what happens a lot is people forget to submit. People simply forget. They just forgo. And that's how we've gotten some insane overtime recently at big tournaments in the first couple rounds, because people are not used to submitting their results online, or they forget because they don't have a match slip, right? And without a physical match slip in front of you, I guess it can happen sometimes that you forget. And that's been causing a lot of trouble in recent tournaments. I don't know if that is the only reason. I don't know how. I don't know if that's the only reason why the tournaments have been having some like delay, but it's definitely a major one. And honestly, they've done this anyways already. Even when it's not reflected in the documents before this change, they did this. They after like 2 or 3 rounds at YCS Lyon, they made an announcement. They were like, "Yo, if you do not submit your result after this much time, then you're gonna get a loss." Right? And so having this officially in the document makes a lot of sense. The only thing that I always wonder is what happened, like, because it says 5 minutes have passed away from the official end of the round. Does this mean if time is called? Is that the official end of the round, the 45-minute mark? Because then what happens if you, like, technically, like, what if you finish your match in time? Like, let's say you are like 5 minutes into time, then technically, by that thingy, you should get a game loss, right? But okay. Anyways, let's read. Maybe they clarify. Typically, the duelist who wins the match is responsible for submitting the match result. If this duelist fails to submit the result for a match that has concluded within 5 minutes after the end, okay. Apply to their next match. This is intended to cut down on delays created by missing match results in between rounds. Matches with time extension must submit their match result immediately after their match has concluded. Anthony, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that so much. Thank you for the support. Okay, so the match has to have concluded within 5 minutes after the end of the round, and then you have to immediately submit your match. So technically, if your match finishes 4 minutes and 59 seconds into time, you have to speed run in 1 second to submit your result. I suppose what it means. But okay. The winning duelist is responsible for submitting the match result. That makes sense. I mean, overall, that's a good change. I think that's a good change. I think it'll make sure that we have a lot less overtime if people. I mean, the thing is, they did this already at the previous YCSs, but it was only done with an announcement by the judge, the head judge, right? They made an announcement with the mic. And I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of people who miss those announcements because they are focused on something else, because they are in some area of the hall where you can't really hear it, or because they're just outside. So having this reflected in the penalty documents, the official policies, is a good thing, I think. Subsection G, slow play. What changed? We clarified there is not a set amount of time for actions. We added some examples for appropriate upgrades. What does this mean? Slow play is frequently misunderstood. Study this section carefully to better understand it. Okay, that also makes sense. I mean, the whole a set amount of time for actions is stupid, because in Yu-Gi-Oh there is certain actions, even if you have a 5-card hand and like your opponent has a full board, you're still gonna activate that Dark Ruler no more first. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need a minute to think about that Dark Ruler more. But then sometimes even with only 2 cards in hand, it can be very reasonable to think, because there's a couple things that you need to take into consideration in a complex game state. So there is no, like, 2 scenarios are not the same. Sometimes thinking 10 seconds for an activation can be too much. Sometimes thinking 10 seconds can be totally reasonable, and sometimes you can even take more than that, I think. You know, like, maybe you can break the board without Dark Rule, then you want to deal damage. Okay, yeah. Then think about it for like a couple seconds. But most of the time, if your opponent, like, let's say your opponent makes a full freaking Barone, like Sprite Elf Toad, like last format, you know, like Sprite Elf Toad, whatever board, like, you're gonna freaking activate that Dark Ruler first. Most of the time, right? How do they determine what's reasonable? That's the tough part. That's the tough part. It's just up to the judges, I suppose. Nothing else, really. Sometimes you have Droplet and a full hand versus a full board, and you need to think about how to do your turn after they've popped Scythe. I mean, yes, in that case, it'd be reasonable to think. In that case, it'd be absolutely reasonable to think. I'm saying there's examples where it's not reasonable, and I'm saying there's examples where it's reasonable. So this idea of, oh, if you take longer than X seconds for a decision, that is too long, is not a reasonable thing to go about it, because some scenarios require more thinking than others, is the baseline statement, right? Don't get too caught up. Don't get too caught up on like a specific example. It's just the general statement is sometimes it's more reasonable to think than in other scenarios, right? And like sometimes it can be okay to take your time, and sometimes it's not. And that at the end of the day is what defines slow play, is taking more time than what is reasonable in that given moment, right? Like, based on the situation, was it reasonable to think for as long as you were thinking? right? And like sometimes it's reasonable to think for a long time and sometimes it's not. And then it's slow play. And that's what they're trying to communicate, I think. Unsporting conduct, severe disqualification. We've added some new examples in the example chart, including intentionally misgendering another person, refusing to wear a mask when instructed to do so, submitting fraudulent vaccination information, behaving inappropriately on camera at a live streamed event, and anyone other than an official vendor attending a sanctioned event for the purpose of buying and or selling. So this is just I'm a translate this for you. Just be a reasonable human being and you will have no issues with any of this, okay? Just be a decent human being and you'll be fine. All right? Easy. Not that hard. What does this mean? Severe infractions are serious and it's your responsibility to understand policy and avoid these actions. Okay. Unsporting conduct, cheating, disqualification. We reorganized the examples to put similar offenses next to one another. We also provided clearer scenarios for some of the more vaguely worded examples. This information should be easier to understand now. Okay, no actual changes. This section covers information about the process of suspension from organized play and information regarding suspended persons. We added the line... Persons who are suspended from KDE organized play will be included on the suspended persons list. What does this mean? You should be aware that if you are suspended from KDE organized play, your name and card game ID number will be included on the suspended player persons list. Suspension for infractions outside of sanctioned or official events. What changed? We added the line, persons who are suspended will be included in the list. We've also expanded. What does this mean? You should be aware that, okay, that's the same sentence. We're excited about... Okay, that's it. Read this section. It's epic. What do you mean? It's just this... I think they accidentally did the same thing here. This paragraph you need to read? Oh. Oh. Are the examples like... Okay, wait. Wait. Where are we? Section 6. Section 6... So suspension for infractions outside of sanctioned or official events. These include but are not limited to severe or ongoing harassment of another person, creating online content, targeting or harassing another person, appearing on a sex offender registry, being arrested or criminally charged, making threats, impersonating a Konami employee. Okay. So what exactly do I need to read here? Publicizing privileged information. This includes but is not limited to publicizing or otherwise sharing unauthorized information about product that has not been released. Publicizing or otherwise profiting from stolen or leaked product or images, admitting to cheating, theft, etc. at a sanctioned or official event after the fact, counterfeiting cards, accessories, or other items produced or licensed by Konami. What's so funny about this? I don't get this. I know maybe I'm lost in the sauce. They're just adding it for all the bans they've done due to this. Okay, so they added basically they later on added the examples of what they banned certain people for. The thing is, I don't actually know who did what here. You can relate each to a person. Okay, I don't actually know about most of these then. But okay. You can be banned for talking about leaks. I mean, it's probably more so if you're the person leaking. I think. I mean, I personally am careful with leaks because, you know, every once in a while, every once in a while something gets out there and I'm not sure if I am supposed to show it on stream. Because like sometimes I would like to talk about it, but then if it's not official yet, I try to stay away from it. But I do think it is mostly targeted at the people who are leaking, right? The people who like put it out there first, right? Because I mean it'd be weird if they started banning everyone who talked about a leak online. We'd have very few people left in the tournament scene relatively soon. It'd be kind of ridiculous, but I think it's still a reasonable thing, honestly. Overall, most of these are still reasonable things to get banned for. Like, that is okay to be in the documents, I think. All right. And I think that's it. I think that is it for the policy updates. Overall, nothing too crazy. Thank you for the bits. Denko is something I thought about in Runick Spright. I think it's okay. The only problem is that you need, if you don't have a normal summon in Runick Spright, it means you need to draw specifically Denko plus Runick Spell plus Sprite. But you should be able to do that decently consistent. I think it's okay. How much are you into VGC? Not that much. I like it, but I only get to play it very rarely because I simply don't have that much time. Yeah. All right. And with that, let's end the penalty discussion guide kind of thingy, and let's get into some actual card gaming action. I don't think any of these changes were super out of the ordinary or anything super special. It's just like most of them just make sense. And me, thank you for blessing us with the 4 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. If Punk is something I often face, do you think it's reasonable to make space for Ultimate Accent Kicker as a super poly target in my extra? Wait, what? Ultimate Accent Kicker. Slay the Minion, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. A Psychic type Synchro monster and a Psychic type monster. Is that the best super poly target against Punk? I'm not sure if it's the best, honestly. YS Hipsters, thank you for the 3. Oh god, we're not 1,000 Andy anymore. This is gonna happen frequently today. Let me adjust the sub goal. I don't know if this is the best one, honestly. I mean, I assume they are talking about Master Duel, because otherwise you would probably just play like Garura and Mud Dragon together. That's probably fine. But I mean, it does beat if they go for, is Dragon Drive a Psychic? Punk Dragon Drive. Punk Jam Dragon Drive. Oh. It is a Psychic. Yeah, I mean, if that's their standard opener, Dragon Drive and Sharakuza are both Earth Psychic. Yeah, so you can make Garura with them in the TCG. Yeah. Anyways, one after the other. That penalty thing took a little longer than I anticipated, but it's fine. It is important at the end of the day. Kids, stay in school and read the policy documents before you go to events. At least once at some point. Be familiar with what's in there. It doesn't hurt. Let's continue. What is this? Terminal Offering. I thought this was just the alt art of Ultimate Offering. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During your main phase, you can pay 1,000 life points. You can conduct up to 3 normal summons this turn, not just 1. During your opponent's battle phase, you can pay 500 life points immediately after this effect resolve, normal summon a monster. Oh yeah, I'm on the wrong side. I mean, this card is just ass, is it not? I'm going to be honest with you. I think Ultimate Offering could probably come back. I think we've talked about this before. I think Ultimate Offering could come back. Because isn't Ultimate Offering also just in the opponent's battle phase? You can't normal summon in your opponent's main phase, right? Yeah, during your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, you can pay 500. I'm going to be honest with you. That card is almost... That's almost the same card. Like, you could literally do the Office meme where she says, like, they're the same picture. Like, it's almost the same card. This card looks like the replacement of Ultimate Offering. It is supposed to be that, but it's not that much different. It's called it's called Terminal Offering. It's just not a good card in 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! I think. I do like the idea, though. I'm going to be honest. I kind of dig the idea of taking a banned card and instead of bringing it back or even errataing it, just make like a new version of it. Like this one. I like this more. I personally am enough of a boomer to like this more than an errata, because I don't like it when cards get errata and then come off the ban list for a couple of reasons. First of all, it kind of ruins the nostalgic factor for me when a card has a different effect now. I don't like that. And it also has one other very big issue for me, which is that it kind of ruins, like, for example, you could play, for example, Edison on Master Duel right now with your friends. You could do that. The problem is a lot of the good cards in Edison format have gotten erratas, and that's why you can't use them. Goyo, Brain Control, Brionac, like a lot of cards that are very relevant for Edison format, you can't play with. Or you can, but they work differently now, and that's awkward if you play old formats on online simulators. Mainly Master Duel. So I much prefer if they, instead of doing an errata for Goyo Guardian, would have just made a different level 6 synchro that does something similar. And if they think Goyo Guardian is too strong, then they could have just left it banned. Right? And so that's something I don't love exactly. You know, I would have liked them to do something else rather than just like errata, Goyo, Brionac, Brain Control, you know? It also is just super sad because if you look at Brain Control right now, you would realize that that card is literally worse than Change of Heart in every single aspect. And Change of Heart is legal. And Brain Control with the errata has basically no reason to exist. Like, the card just is not playable. And that's sad. You know, I'd rather have Brain Control be banned than be in this freaking weird state right now where it's just not playable. And the same is with Goyo Guardian. Goyo Guardian is completely unplayable anyways. So why the hell does it have an errata and make it impossible for me to play it on like stuff like Edison in Master Duel, right? So even though I don't think this card is particularly good, this potentially opens up a whole other like dimension of card design, right? Like, for example, one thing that we talk about a lot when we have like Max C discussions, or at least one thing that I hear a lot, is like, I wish they would either errata Max C or bring it back, like bring another card instead. Like, make another card that can replace Max C but is not as good as Max C, right? And this is the approach, right? Like maybe they make a max C retrain, minimum C, max C retrain that that kind of, you know, is fine. Like min C, yeah, min C. I'm gonna drop that minimum C on you. Maybe it's like a card, you know, I'm being lost in the sauce right now, but what if it's like, I just thought that when you said min C, what about like, if your opponent summons a minimum of 3 times this turn, you can draw 2 cards or something like that. How is that? How is that min C? If your opponent summons a minimum of 3, 4, 5, you draw 2 cards? Still good? I mean, it's supposed to be good. It's supposed to be good. That's kind of a worse nib. Yeah, but like more generic, because I didn't say special summon. I just said if they summoned 3 times. So you could like use it in like almost any matchup going second. It's like the card is dead going first. You also draw the cards after they summon, right? So you cannot draw into hand traps anymore. And going second, it's only like a draw 2. So it only gives you like, it makes going second a little bit easier if you open it. So maybe I cooked something up. Yeah, maybe I'm just a good cook, maybe. I think that would be, I mean, you can argue about it all you want, but it would definitely be fairer than Maxi. Hear me out, chat. You're trying to limit the draws, but what if you make it draw 2 for every summon instead? Then deck out is way easier. Oh my god. Imagine if it's, what if it's you draw 5? You draw 5 for each card. And then you deck out against every combo deck. Oh my god, imagine. And then the metagame becomes like you drop that, like the ultimate C, you drop it like when they are almost done comboing. You don't drop it right away, you drop it when they're almost done. Like before the last link summon, you drop it and then you draw 5. Yeah, I mean, you would just, to keep it real though, you would probably just play Droll and Lockbird, and then you would Droll at some point. Going second Exodia. Imagine everyone plays Exodia to counter the deck out strategy. Bro. Oh my god. Imagine we speak that into existence and like 1 year from now, we are like this stream is literally like an episode from The Simpsons where they look back and they're like, how could they possibly predict that? And then we look at this live stream VOD in a year, and the metagame is literally people trying to deck out everyone after they use the card, and then people start to play Exodia in the main deck to counter that. That's the prediction. That's the prediction. Maximum Maxi, yeah. Anyways, enough of that. This card sucks. This card sucks. Buy your LOB Exodias now. I mean, to be fair, if you want to get an LOB Exodia, you're a little bit late. You're a little bit late on that. All right. I wanted to check out this thing. There was another big tournament in Chengdu, which I don't know what country that is, but it's another update on the OCG metagame. And I swear to God, if I scroll down this list and I see one more Block Dragon or one more Ishizu tier, I'm gonna lose my shit. Because I can't handle it. How are they playing this? Okay. I already know what's gonna happen. Yeah. Oh, okay. And the first card is Block Dragon. Yes. All right. Hey. The reason why I look at these, by the way, if you are wondering, the reason why I look at these is sometimes in life you are unhappy about something, and then you remember that some others have it way worse, and that's why I look at OCG meta breakdowns. Because it makes me feel a lot better about whatever bothers me in the TCG right now. Normally not a very good practice. Normally not a very wholesome thing to do, to like, you know, feel better because other people have it worse. But in the case of a card game that these people voluntarily play, it's okay. In this case, it's okay. Normally it's not. Normally it's not a very good you know, personal trait to do that. But in this case, because they are doing this voluntarily, they're playing this format. We can do it. Anyways, grass, whatever, super heavy samurai at emancipated block dragon. Miss me with that. Miss me with that again. God damn it! Does it ever stop? I'm almost happy about that. Okay, that says a lot. I'm almost happy about seeing a tier limit deck after all this. I'm almost happy about this. One time OCG stream? Oh god. What if we did a stream where we tried the OCG format and we actually checked if it was that bad, as bad as it looks? I might do that. Like, is the OCG really that crazy? Know what I mean? I can see that. I might do that next week. Okay. Noted. Why is there a Crystal Beast in this Purely deck? Oh. That's not what you're supposed to do with Purelies. You're not supposed to Dimensional Fissure and Secret Village people. You're supposed to be a base deck. You have become what you've sworn to defeat, Purely. You're not supposed to be a Floodgate deck. You're supposed to be draw hand traps with your one card, like this thing. You're not supposed to Floodgate people. What is this? Cobalt Eagle with... How is it? Why is everyone on the same page? How? How is it like sometimes in the OCG, I feel like, or maybe even the TCG, it's funny how sometimes you've never seen a tech before. You've never seen a certain tech before. Like, I have not seen this in Purely. How come that all three of these are just on the same page? They're not running the exact same deck list, but like almost. Like, where did this come from? Why is this all like... I guess it looks so similar. It might be that they are on the same... It might be that they prepared together. Because they are also like... Both of them are on like the Herald of the Abyss thingy. Yeah. The one nib. Super heavy samurai bestial. When do we get... I'm asking for a friend. I'm asking for a friend who is very scared. When do we get this super heavy samurai stuff? Cyberstorm Axis? Oh god. Because I don't even remember how exactly the combos work, but I remember it being very scary with just one card. That looks... It looks kind of disgusting. Based. Spright Tri-Brigade. Cool. Why is there a Hop Ear Squadron? Why is there one Hop Ear Squadron in here? Can we search that? I don't think we can. Was there a Jinzo? There is a Jinzo. Don't ask me why. I don't know why there's a Jinzo. Oh, Shurake can search it. Right. Shurake can search it. I don't know how easy you can do that, but you can make a Herald, I guess. Ishizu tier, and that's it. Well, there's nothing really new, except for the fact that the only based deck that they had left, which was Purely, is now also playing Floodgates. So the OCG is now officially completely doomed. The OCG is officially now in the darkest place possible because all of their decks, honestly, I hate to say it, I hate to break it to you, but the most base deck they have is Ishizu tier. That is now their most base deck. You might not like it, but this is what peak OCG looks like right now. It is what it is. I'm sorry. And even that is a Winda deck now, which is also not great. Jonate SP, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. All right, enough OCG. Get that out of my sight. Get that out of my sight. I want to look at this video that Lithium has posted. And I'm gonna make it my lunch break video because I already have food. It's already cold as always. It's fine though. We've looked at the Vanquish Soul archetype yesterday, and we do get this in less than 3 months, or pretty much exactly 3 months. And you know, let's see what Lithium cooked up, because I always enjoy when I see like a new archetype, like one day after Lithium's got some gameplay. I like that. Okay. This is pure cope? Maybe.
Yo, what's up?
Maybe it's pure cope. We will find out.
Yo, what's up, guys? Welcome back. So,
that was a good yo, what's up, guys? I'm just gonna say that was a good one.
Vanquish Souls vs, versus, you know how.
I personally, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not convinced that it's good yet, but I'm a fan of Vanquish Souls.
Goes with like the lore, etc. behind it, but
I'm a fan.
So when I first saw the cards, I was like, ooh, these don't really seem too good. But then I was playtesting them, and I actually realized that, I was wrong. These are not broken. No, far from. But the Dark type can do some cute stuff. They have like a Heat Soul, a Stratos once per turn, a Stratos for spells and traps, and they have a Link 1. And that's already a tell that maybe in the future, because they are lacking some cards, but maybe with another wave of support, this actually might become some, meta potential. Depends, right? But again, access to a Link 1 is quite powerful. So what's the gimmick of the deck? The gimmick, I guess, is to have like higher level monsters that can special summon themselves by bouncing back the low.
Why are we playing Prosp? Yeah, I don't understand. I want to draw cards with the level 7. That's the best thing about the deck. I feel like. I think the level 7 is the coolest thing about the deck. The one that draws.
Levels, for example. The level 7 one, the dark one, is basically a Heat Soul when you reveal like a dark, so basically itself, or their Stratos for spells. They have the fire one, the Fire Stratos Warrior, which, it's a Stratos, is their Monster Searcher. Plus, and that's this one, Raisin, that in the same column you need to reveal a fire and a...
But this one sucks. Oh, but I understand why. I understand why, because Raisin cannot add itself, and it needs a fire to destroy. I see. Oh, that sucks though. I don't want to play that. That's a bad card. Oh, I'm gonna draw that every time. I already know
Dark
it.
from your hand, so an attribute to like War, to pop a monster in the same column. So that's cute, right? That's their gimmick. How do you get the monsters on field during your opponent's turn? Well, that's where the Link 1 comes into play. The Link 1 is fantastic. it either gets something back from the graveyard, so again a potential attribute you might need, Earth, Dark, or whatever, or it gets you know, like a VR monster, or a VS. VS monster from your hand to the board, and you know that could potentially trigger your Stratos for spells or Stratos for monsters or whatever, right? So that's the gimmick. So that's really cool. Plus, the middle monster here, it's their highest level. I think it's level 8. It's basically
It looks like
I
such
guess
a fun deck
Dark Arm
to play.
Dragon. You know, it's very similar or very easy. This one.
It looks like such. You can't deny that.
Something
Too.
back
It
to
looks
the
like
hand.
a fun deck.
A non-dragon type because itself it's a dragon type. To get it on field, and you need to reveal the 3 different attributes. So what is it? Fire, Dark, and Earth. Again, the other, you know, like VS monsters. To pop a card on field, and that's once per turn. Both players' turns, by the way. So again, that's quite powerful. But that's the gimmick with the archetype, is that you want to...
Fun until Tikaboo is involved. I mean, if it plays Tikaboo, it doesn't lose to Tikaboo, I guess. But yeah, it doesn't look as fun if you put Tikaboo in it.
The different archetype, or you know, attributes, I mean, in your hand as long as possible. So as you saw in the deck profile, I started off running the... they have 2 traps. They have like a big compulse and an Infernity Barrier, which is not good because it only negates cards that target. So I wouldn't recommend it. Plus, the big compulse, I was running it, but like in most situations, it felt really awkward. Like you bouncing back multiple monsters, that's cool, but you need to...
One issue that I see is that you need to open the fire guy. If you open the fire guy, it feels really easy to get into these combo loops where you can like recycle the fire guy, summon it again, and then bounce and get multiple searches. And that seems good. The problem is you can only play, and I say only, but you can only play 7 copies of the fire guy as far as I'm concerned. Because you can play a Rhoda, you can play 3 copies of itself, and then you have 3 copies of the Infernoble Arms Durandal. That's 7 copies. You can play Small World. Small World does not count. Do not mention Small World ever to me. If I have to put Small World in a deck, I'm not playing it. Period.
You know, commit those attributes to the field. Those, you know, different names from, you know, your VS monsters. And I found, and their effects are negated, by the way, when they're summoned. And I found out that I don't really like it that much. I'd rather keep them in hand, you know, for the potential reveals, for a draw, for maybe a banish, for, you know, their boss. And it just, you know, makes it so that you have more space in your main deck to maximize on the spells. I maximize both of them, so the monster reborn, or, you know, the one that gets something back from the graveyard, that's continue.
Would you explain your opinion on Small World? I just think that, I think the card in itself is not bad, but the having to put Small World into a deck says a lot about your deck, is what I'm saying. Like, if your deck needs Small World to be consistent, it probably still isn't consistent enough, because whenever you use Small World, especially going first, 4-card hands are not a lot of cards. And so I am just not like, having to go -1 to search a card is just not good. I don't think it's a good concept. The only reason why Signet mining is an exception is that Signet mining discards, which is very generically useful, right? Where you have a lot of decks like Salamangreat or other Cyberse decks that have some use out of discarding certain cards. Whereas like Small World doesn't have that, right? Even Small World in a Mathmech deck. I mean, Small World is probably okay in Mathmech, but it's like this is one of the reasons why I don't play Mathmech. Like, because Mathmech probably needs Small World. I don't like Mathmech. I don't mind Small World in Mathmech, but I don't play Mathmech.
Reborn, or their Book of Moon. Like, their Book of Moon is nuts. It's a nutty card. It's, you know, Book of Moon, but it becomes a bigger Book of Moon depending on the different names of VS monsters you have on the field. So here I have, like, what is it, 3? The Link 1 doesn't count, but that means that it becomes a Book of Moon for 3 monsters from your opponent. And
I guess a better way to phrase it is like, I don't like decks that depend on one certain card way too much. Which is kind of the same argument, because those decks are the ones that tend to run Small World, right? It's like, I don't like being dependent on one card and only that card, because that means my deck is not flexible. My deck only has one line. You know what I mean?
that's disgusting. That's really disgusting.
So you don't play Branded? That is a downside of Branded. it feels very bad to play Branded and get ashed on Branded Fusion. This is one of the reasons why I don't like Branded. I still think Branded overall is a cool deck because it has a lot of other lines besides Branded Fusion, but the fact that your deck gets so much worse if they open Ash on Branded Fusion makes me not want to play Branded. I wish the deck was good even without Branded Fusion.
And the fact that your Stratos for spells can search it, the dark one, again, it's quite nutty. Plus, I believe, I can't remember which one, I believe it's your Stratos for dark, you know, your dark...
Bro, how you sit there with like 20 cards, Lithium?
Spell searcher that also has the capability to, what is it, bounce back a monster on field by revealing, I can't remember the two correct attributes, I believe it's dark itself, and is it fire? I'm not so sure, but to bounce back the monster with the lowest attack on field, and that includes your own. So what you can do is like bounce back your own Stratos, and you know, normal summon it again, or use a link to special summon it from the hand, and you know, snowball from there. So like on first sight, again, I'm honest, the deck seemed like really weak, super weak, but when you're actually playtesting, and again, very similar to like Cell.
The way I kind of see it is that maybe there's a way for this deck to work in like a manner. I'm not sure if you can splash it into other decks, but if there's a deck that theoretically doesn't really need a normal summon, so that you can normal summon these guys, I feel like they have, the fire guy is like a very strong normal summon engine, right? Because it leads into a couple draws.
Element grades with Heat Soul, getting that +1 during both players' turns, it can actually snowball really fast. Plus, the fact that their Spell Searcher can search their Big Book of Moon, which again is fantastic against most meta decks. Again, it's quite, it's disgusting. And they have their Stratos for monsters, it's searchable by multiple ways, Rota and the Infernal Knight equip right. And, you know, like normal summon your Stratos, search the monster, and then go for the Link one, special...
Does this win?
Summon the Spell Searcher, etc.
Does he win this game?
You're snowballing really, really fast, and the fact that, you know, they're basically all quick effects, you can use them during your opponent's turn as well. So again, quite nice. This one, I'm honest, I shouldn't have won. You'll see why, but this is so cool.
Dodging Imperm with the Borger is insane.
Is it? I think I'm left with like 9 cards in a deck in a couple of moments, and you know, use a quick play spell, was able to search it, and that's the thing, right? Quick play to dodge the Imperm or a failure or something like that. So 3 cards are banished, and now what is it? I can't remember how many cards were banished from the deck. I needed that Imperm to negate the Kashtira, what is it, you know, the big one, the Macro.
Oh, we have no more targets.
I actually overlooked that I have no warriors left in the main deck, but that Seki continued top deck was nice, and that's why Zeus is there, or, you know, a small Zodiac package is there, you know, to rank up for Zeus, and this is my duel. The extra deck, you might have seen, I haven't talked about it, that is, it might seem strange. I started off, as you saw in the replays.
Would you watch the top 4 OTS Championship Necros deck profile after? Is it just funny, or is there actually some spice in there? Because then I'll watch it if you link it.
Or you'll see in the replays with Dogmatica and like Ecclesia and you know, the spell. What is it? What is the name? You know which one I mean. Send something from your extra deck to the grave to search, right? It's back at 3, but it's kind of cloggy. I dropped it eventually for, what is it, Triple Prosperity and... what else? Maybe a Ghost Bell? Alright, that's something else, is that you...
No!
Kinda are super dependent
Not a
on
billion clips.
So I'm not so sure if I really want to dedicate other
Thank you for the
handcrafts,
7 months, though.
What is it? Fire, Earth, and Dark. So that's like Ash. Ash is fantastic simply because it's a fire. You have Bell, it's a one-off, maybe more, depends. But you know, it kind of feels awkward that you're running other monsters, other hand traps that are not your preferred attributes. I guess maybe something like Nibiru is of course super strong because it's Nib, but and that's where, you know, you could look at the OCG where you could say they're lucky. Like, the deck is obviously much more powerful in the OCG simply because they have Maxi. Maxi is an Earth, and again, that kinda is superb because of, you know, their balls, etc. Or some of them, like the good effects,
I was about to say something, you cut me off, but I'm glad you did, because those were some cool words. Thank you for the 4 months. I could see this deck being okay in the OCG right now. Looking at their format, it feels like the deck is probably okay into Maxi, because it doesn't need to do that much, right? You can just like end on the link and summon your shit on the opponent's turn. Yeah.
Include
I don't know if it will,
reveal an
though.
earth type, or an earth attribute from your hand. And that's kind of crappy. So like from testing, it sometimes feels a bit awkward, but I kind of miss like a field spell. And maybe like a good rank 4 exceed, because they have a couple of, like, I was, first I added in the thing, Tiger King, you know, the one for Fire Fist, but it needs Beast Warrior.
Personally, I do not like the idea of giving this deck an XYZ. I'll tell you why. I specifically like that this deck incentivizes you to leave the main deck monsters around by giving them quick effects, right? By having them like bounce back to your hand and reusing them. I feel like giving them their own XYZ to incentivize overlaying your cards that you want in rotation feels very anti-synergistic, right? So, I mean, give them a field spell. Give them a field spell, give them something else, but like an XYZ does not feel right to me.
Warriors, and there's only one
And please give them another good fire monster so I don't have to search the freaking level 6, because that's ass.
Beast Warrior, so again, that doesn't make sense, but you know, search tanky, but there again, there is just one Beast Warrior, that's the one that the Earth one, special summon it from the hand, basically a free special summon. It kind of reminds me of Crusadia a bit. Like the whole deck, it actually reminds me of like a combination between Fur Hire and Ancient Guardians, Warriors, Guardians. So it's okay, it's not top tier material yet, but there is potential. Again, they have a Heat Soul, which is super easy to get on field. The archetype has a built-in way to, you know, dodge some hand traps like Imperm Veiler, for example, stuff that targets, or needs that target to be face up on the field. So again, that's really cool. A big boss monster that's super easy to get on field, but it kind of needs those 3 different attributes in hand to pop something. So, like, imagine them getting, let's say, a field spell. You know, Alistair field spell, Invocation field spell that searches any, like let's say one of the attributes are a non-fire that you may...
It's just, the deck has a lot of +1s, right? The normal summon is a +1 almost every time. The Link monster is a +1 over 2 turns every time. The Borger is a card printer. They have a good disruption spell, which is the Book of Moon, right? So it's got a couple of interesting mechanics. I think it's got a couple interesting mechanics, but overall it could still be a little bit too fair. You know what I mean? It could suffer from being a little bit too fair. But I will say, for the most part, they have some interesting and good cards, I think.
We cannot search their Stratos, you know? Like that, to search around the attributes, that's... Or let's say an attribute that you don't have in your hand or something, or that you don't have on the field. Imagine. I'm going to Jennings that. Ooh, imagine. Like a field spell and maybe a good rank 4 exceed. To get, you know, stuff in the graveyard or detach to get maybe...
I got you. When this card is activated, you can add a Vanquish Soul monster from your deck to your hand. All Vanquish Soul monsters you control gain 500 attack. Whenever a Vanquish Soul monster is returned to the hand, you can destroy a card on the field. And we name it Vrimeevil Vlaned Velarino. With triple V. What do you say? We do that? Okay.
Another search or, you know, something that advances your game state. But again, most importantly, that puts
Sounds
the
fair
name
to
in the
me.
graveyard in order to get it back from the graveyard with your Link 1. I mean, that's you know, something that I just found from playtesting, right? That's just my experience, but I kind of kept it pure eventually. I think it's just far better. I'm not so sure if there's any potential combinations of decks. I mean, you could go for Tikaboo in the main deck. There can only be one, as you saw in like the side deck. Not really a side deck, but because of the different types you main deck. You could, but I mean, why bother for the video, right? But you can definitely.
Hello,
you know,
sir. This is Konami. We would like to approach you
I mean,
for
it
a
is
job.
this is the current
Please
list.
get back
One
to
bell.
us.
I mean, the extra deck. You could definitely, you know, slap in the standard links, the standard rank 4 exceeds. It's up to you, but I mean, well, maybe not the tryouts, like a small Ecclesia package, maybe for Maximus. That's the thing, right? Maximus to send like Herald to search the Illusion of Chaos, Magician Souls, which is a dark. So again.
Okay. Well, interesting, I think. I am not disappointed by this archetype. I will say I think it's the archetype from Wild Survivors that I'm personally most interested in. I'm not very interested in the Hungry Burger because I feel like that's mostly a meme. And the what's it called? The dinosaurs. I'm just not that. I don't have that dino DNA. When do we get this deck? In like 2.5 months. Not that far off. It's like it's relatively soon. It's the next collector's rare set after Maze of Memories. It's like, I think we looked it up yesterday. I think it's 2nd of June. I think it's 2nd of June. All right, enough about the future though. Let's talk about the current format. That was not a good segue to look at a. That was not a good segue to look at a Necros deck profile. I guess let's look at the past. Why the hell is there a top 4 OTS Necros profile, dude? What the hell is that? God, why is it so dank?
Hello guys, welcome back to TCG. We have Christos today. What position did you come today, Christos, in our OTS Championship?
Sadly, top 4.
That's good enough. And what deck do you play?
Play the best deck of the format.
What is the best deck?
Necros for sure.
Oh, Necros, okay. Look at it.
It's funny because you watch this profile so far. You watched this profile 8 years ago. It makes sense. I just want you to think about that. So far, you travel back in time 8 years. This is a reasonable YouTube video.
Have any shoutouts that you would like to make?
Shout out to my partners and colleagues.
Let's see when it stops being a reasonable video from 2015.
And shout out to Pan, who is taking care about this deck profile.
Thank you very much.
Of course,
Let's see
shout
what you
out
play.
to
Crazy they knew about Hisuian Electrode in
and to the Poglas UI, the hosting of the tournament.
Let's see what you play.
I'm running Necros, as I said.
Yeah.
Standard for Brionac. 3 Unicorn, not 2
Yeah.
this time. I decided to play 3 because the 2 best decks of the format is Branded and Kashtira is a killer, let's say.
It's a really good slot kit.
Yeah, exactly. And
I don't know what Cash Tira is because it's 2015. I don't know what you're talking about. Like that sounds like a made up term to me. Like what are you saying?
for the reason I'm mainly run 3. Of course, there's a second recycle effect for the Necromonsters as well.
It's a weird way to pronounce Burning Abyss, yeah.
So why not? I'm running 2 Closerless, same reason. Second effect is very good as well. It can negate the effect of one monster that were special summoned from the extra deck and make its attack a 0.
That was a sad moment for me right now. The fact that he has to explain Necros cards to the viewers makes me a little, I'm not comfortable with that.
Also the Searcher, so with the spellcast, so 2 of these, 1 Valkyrus. Mainly I'm running Valkyrus in order
That's
to...
not standard. We should probably be on 2 or 3.
send this card with Magician Souls to the graveyard in order to have a quick access to...
What's Magician Souls?
To Valkyrus through the incantation.
Wait, you go Magician Souls, send Valkyras? Oh god, what?
And Magician Souls in order to be able to activate Benton effect directly and search Christia or any other fairy.
That's good.
I'm running one of this shit. I don't remember the name of this card.
What does it
That is not released yet.
even do?
It has two effects. First effect, I never use it. You have to tribute up to 2 Necros card in order to send 2 Necros card from your deck to the graveyard. But the second effect, and the attack is decent. The second effect, you can tribute one other monster on the field and negate activation of a monster effect. So basically, you can tribute either Divine of the Herald
not
or
real.
or anything else in order to negate and also search, along with the Shurit, of course.
Okay.
This is for the Necros monsters. I'm running 3
Where's
Chalice
Decisive Armor?
As the incantation package. Let's find the other incantations as well. 2 Chalice Lime, 2 Talismandra, 2 Candle, 1 Pencil, and for now 1 Bookstone. I'm running Bookstone. To be honest, I am the one who said that this card is useless, but in this format, especially now.
Incantations are the most like I feel like incantations, there's like I've only ever seen the maddest of people put incantations into their decks. Like I actually don't think incantations are bad cards, but somehow incantations, there's like only this underground society that plays incantations. Like never been seen before at like a top table or anything. It's like that's what incantations are. Also, where's your Trishula? How the hell are you punishing your opponent in the mirror match if they don't tribute away their entire field with Valkyrie's turn 1 if you don't play Trishula? Or maybe it's because in his practice games, everyone has always been playing around Trishula by tributing the field with Valkyries, so decided to take out Trishula. Okay, that makes sense.
Because you lose your resources on Necros cards, Necros spell cards very quick. You need to play 1 Bookstone. Of course, his level is very good, especially
it's for the mirror match. So you can
use him in order to go here. This for the incantation package, and of course the incantation.
This is
the
ARG
we want to show you it very quickly later.
What is that next card?
Card
Oh
have,
my god!
The 2 Cyber Angel cards.
I got a sneak peek at some madness over there.
Yes, amazing card. It's a part of the combo along with Penten. 1 Illusion of Chaos along with 2 Magician Souls.
You're only running 1 Chaos?
Yes, to be honest, in the previous regionals I was running 2 Chaos and 3 Souls, but it was a few dead hands, especially if you start with 2 Illusions and the Magician Soul in your hand, it's automatically dead, so I decided to play the minimum 2 and 1. He's a combo starter, so that's the reason it's mandatory to play at least 3 cards. For the hand traps I ran 3 Ash Blossom, 3 Magnamut, 2 Magnamut, excuse me, and 1 Driftwood.
Okay.
Yes, I know the format now is not with Kashtira, with Elements, excuse me, but he's very good, especially against the rogue decks, the decks I lost today, basically, and he's very good against Branded as well. Yeah. To be honest, I won against the top decks, Branded the Kashtiras, but I lost against some rogue decks such as Traptrix and the every
This is the wildest crossover ever.
I don't know if he
no
plays,
Shurit either. Yeah, that's
deck,
crazy,
but,
dude.
I lost very quick, so.
Okay. Where's Shurit? Also, so far, 0 Jin outs, by the way. 0 Jin outs. I just want you to think about that for a second. If this man gets Jin locked, just dedge. No out.
We went to the time without running any sprites, so I don't know. For the searchers and
Spawn balance, thank you for the 7. What is
my only normal summon is Divine of the Herald. Manju is good in this format because of Book of Eclipse as well, but
there's no way this can be better than Manju.
It's better option, especially in Necros. You have 1 DD Spright, DD Spright.
Sprite deck.
Sometimes you tribute Herald, and DD Spright is target.
You can special summon this card from your hand by removing from play 1 face-up monster you control. If you do, return the removed from play monster to the field during the next standby phase.
Good for in order to special summon, and also you can use your DD Spright in order to banish an incantation monster in order to be able to special summon cards from the extra deck.
Yeah, works really well.
Yes, and of course, one Christia.
To lock your opponent out?
To lock your opponent. There are.
I like it too. I don't know for how long I'm gonna like it though, but thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, that's a weird Jin lock. That's so much more complicated than setting up a Jin lock.
In order to have a quick special summon on Christia. That's the reason I prefer this one instead of the Vanquish.
Oh, there's Shurit. Thank God.
And 1 Shurit, the last monster of the deck.
Yep.
For the spell cards, except the other one I already shown. I'm running 3 Preparation, 1 Call, 1 Mirror, 1 Cycle, and 2 Kaleidoscope. 2 Kaleidoscope instead of 2 Cycles because of Unicorn. This is mandatory right now. We have to have good access.
What the hell is this? How does this deck win a single game going second?
And also for the late game, you have to have at least one extra kaleidoscope in order if your opponent find a way to get rid of the first unicorn in order to have an access for the second one. For the extra deck, I'm running, of course, the Herald, the 2. You can have
Research, thank you for the prime. Blessed be his name. Almost back to 1K. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
a quick access on all 3 if you know
It's top 4 from an OTS championship, which I don't know how hard or how big it was.
3 in a single round with the Divine of the Herald and the Kaleidoscope, along with the Runick Spright. You can spell some of the one if you find a way.
Searches pretty much anything in your deck.
Exactly, yes. 1 Baron Flare.
Yep.
Pretty standard. He is level 9, I guess. 10, excuse me. You can use it with Kaleidoscope. You can also special summon him with the Divine of the
Did you just say you can send Barone with Kaleidoscope? There's no shot. There's no shot you're using Barone the Fleur as your Kaleidoscope target in 2023. That's the most disrespectful thing that you've ever said, dude. You're not sending Barone the Fleur for Kaleidoscope.
Herald and a level 4 monster, and this Spright and level 9 monster is very big access. We have one Dragster, he's level 7, negates effect of spell cards, mandatory. We have one Tolkien and 2 target, one Crystal Wing and 1 Stardust
I see
Dragon.
the coasters right now.
Oh my god, how? Okay, it's not a budget issue. This is so much more of a power move. It's like, you see this deck and you already know this was not a budget decision. None of this was because meta was too expensive, right? None of this was... The Illusion of Chaos was like Starlight Rare, there's a Barone de Fleur, there's a Stardust Dragon Ghost Rare, the Ghost from the Past, the Crystal Wing. Like, this shit is not a budget deck. They just play this because they want to play this.
For the XYZs, I only play one Exabitol. One Exabitol because, to be honest, you need sometimes your second NTSL.
That's from 2012, dude!
Sorry, another Herald for the combo piece. And also, he's very good, especially against decks like Traptic or something. You can attach your Divine of the Herald in order to do second.
And you can also bring this with Bestial and Diviner.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
Very good.
Also, one NTSS, one Phoenix for backrow disruption, one Cross Ship. You can draw up to 2 cards, special summoning a ritual monster. One Dark Charmer, nothing to explain. One Sarioja in the cases that you don't have access to.
Yeah, what are these blue cards in the extra deck, dude? Ritual monsters in the extra deck? That's kind
Your
of
for Ferris, you can spell summon the 3 with this one, and of course one access for Talker for the case.
Very good.
For the
What is
side,
Access Code Talker? That thing only has 2300 attack. That can't be that
to be
good.
honest, the side deck is it's simple because I didn't have. To be honest, I came to the locals without my side deck, so I forgot to bring evenly matches and the barriers. So I only had those cards. I decided to play those cards in the side deck. So one Feather Duster.
Yep.
3 Storms.
Were you expecting many backward decks today?
To be honest, what I'm fearing about my opponent's deck is the backward decks and mainly decks that can lock me. So that the reason I'm playing those cards, especially I thought there would be a lot of Tropic deck here, so I played those cards.
Yep.
The 2 Rulers, not 3. 3 Eclipse.
It's the best card right now in this format.
Exactly, yes, the best card in the format. 1 Change of Card. Don't ask me why I played Change of Card because it's good. I only had this card with me, and yes. 3 Imperm.
Of course.
Nothing to explain.
Ulti Imperms in the side deck. Oh yeah, I forgot my evenly matched at home, so I had to put my Ulti Imperms into my side deck. In my Necros deck in 2023.
Now one of the best staples. If I had the chance, I would exchange this one with Nibiru, but I didn't have Nibiru with me, so I played the Impermanence. One Zephyra Necros. I play this card because I know a lot of players running anti-spell fragments in the extra deck, so I played this one in order to be able to play around the...
What does this do?
You can use this card as a Necros Ritual spell, as a monster. You can tribute monster from your hand to feel, I guess, I don't remember, in order to summon a Necros monster.
That's very good. It helps
It's
you play
also
around.
searchable with Brionac. Yes. And of course, one going second Necros of Trishula. I play this one because, as I said, isn't it?
I do respect that they are not siding. They're not doing the Jin thing, right? Side out Jin and then have another one in the side deck. They did not do that, so that's respectable. I do respect that a lot.
Going second card anymore. I can explain. And let's show you a small combo starting with.
Let's see what you got. Show us the sauce.
Oh god,
Yes,
am I ready
with
for
2
that?
cards. Let's say
Okay, I need to brace myself for one of my favorite decks, Necros. What does it do in 2023? Show me.
you start.
Hit me
You
with it.
start
I'm
with
ready.
Anyway, to have those 2 cards in your hand.
Nothing can. Nothing can. Okay.
Special summon this one.
I already have an issue here because there's no freaking Necros card in your combo right now. What like?
And send. You have to have another one random card on your front, to be honest. This one, you send Valk to the grave.
Yep.
With Valk, with this one, you can activate the effect, discarding this one.
You're being disrespectful
Your
to my
grave,
man
dispel
Valkyries
someone.
right now.
Your
Just dump him off of Magician Souls.
Tandol, with,
Nah.
with the effect of Tandol, you can add
Okay.
the Incantation Ritual Spell to your hand. Then with the Magician Soul, you can send your Incantation Ritual Spell to the grave in order to draw one random card from the deck.
Yep.
Let's say this one. And then with the Incantation, you return back the Incantation, you send this one to the grave, and you have this one to your hand. With this one, you can go either to Benton if you have, let's say, Brian or something to your hand, or you can go to
King Sora, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate that. First time sub. Very pog. Thank you.
Idanten if you don't have something. If you go to Idanten,
Bro, you haven't summoned a single Necros card
have the
yet.
access to activate this one, tribute this, spell summon Idanten, and then with Idanten to search Cycle. And then with the Cycle, you can tribute those two to go to Altivus. Tribute a monster to draw cards if you have Benten or something, or Divine of the Herald if you start with the Divine of the Herald. If you start the combo with the Divine of the Herald, which is a way better combo, for example, you can have the Divine of the Herald as well in order to search your either.
Wait, all this for a Valkyrus? All this for a Valkyrus? This is it? We end it right there?
Your this one or the Magician's Soul is both are searchable because of the ritual monsters. And doing this, you can tribute with Valkyries, for example, the Divine of the Herald or your Benten in order to have your Didi Spirit or your Christia to your hand.
Are you going to the Cologne regional? I think I will, yeah.
And your Christia to, excuse me, and your.
I don't understand what's going on. So there's a 2-card combo, and then after you're done with your 2-card combo, you have a Valkyrus and an Idaten, and then you just start looking through your deck for good other cards. Mod Phantom, thank you for the 5.
And if you do this, with this one, for example, it was sent this one to the grave for the activation. You have 1 here, 2, 3, and this is the Didi Spright as well with the 4 monster, and you can use those 2.
Where are these from?
For Synchro Summon, and then directly Special Summon Christian with 4 material, and the third bank, this one for the next turn. This is
Where are these cards from?
With this one, the combo is the same, except this one. You don't have the Christian. But
why is Christia back in the extra deck?
Let's say if you have 6 cards in your opening hand, it's insane. You can finish your board with Ultima and Joking and out of these 2.
Where do these come from? You're making Stardust Dragon with Ultimaya Zolkin? I've just now realized that. You're summoning Stardust Dragon? You're summoning Stardust... I didn't even realize that. Somehow, when they showed me Stardust Dragon in the extra deck, I didn't think about that for a second. I focused on the fact that it was a ghost rare. But now I realized they are summoning Stardust Dragon from Ultimaya Zolkin. I know this is Crystal Dragon, but he just said you can summon one of the 2.
Christia and Unique and what was that the most and this one the Necros boss monster. This is one if you start for example with 6 cards like the Bryonak and Divine of the Herald along.
Where are all these cards? Where did all those cards come from? You had a Valkyrus and an Idaten on the field. What? How?
With any single incantation.
Amalstrom, thank you for the Prime. You've got us back to 1,000. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, the incantation, Chalice Lime, and any single Necros ritual spell, you can finish with this combo very easy. And also, if your opponent plays something else, you can, for example, Kashira or something like this, you can finish the combo with Stardust and Unicorn as well. You can tribute the Stardust because the activation is tribute, so the effect of Unicorn doesn't affect anything.
Stardust plus Unicorn.
Also, your opponent will not be able to play. So that's pretty
And pretty much, you can search any of these combo pieces at any time. The deck searches everything.
Stardust, Unicorn, Christia.
All the time,
yes,
so.
the only piece that is not searchable is the one of the Herald region will play 3. Yep. She's very good, but as I said to you, because the combo is short, you can do it with anything. Just the extra advantage of Divine of the Herald because she's unique. She's probably one of the best cards right now in the game. Every single deck run this card. So yes, yep, that's my deck profile. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christos. Do you have anything you want to say? Anything you want to
Every
mention?
single deck runs Divine. That's not... I mean, I wonder what your local metagame is like. But like... The combo is short. Yeah, it was kind of short. You just like... You get Valkyrus, you get Idaten, and then you blink. And then you have Christia, Stardust, Zolkin, Unicorn, and the other Necros boss monster. It's simple. It's 2 steps basically. Get to Valkyries plus Idaten any way you want, and then you just blink, and you're there. It's done. It also, like, it depends how you blink, right? Like, depending on how you blink, you get different outcomes, right? If you, like, you know, like, it's, yeah, okay. Anyways. Let us consult the spreadsheet. I wondered, why is there so few things on the spreadsheet right now? Is Septo, like, on holidays? What's going on? New week? I am in the current week. Everyone concealing the goo for London? I guess that could be a thing. I mean, I guess we can still have... We can have a look at some of it, but it's only images. There's not a single deck profile, which is what I thought was curious. There's only been... Did we really only have 3 regionals this weekend? Surely not. Surely not. They only listed an Auckland, New Zealand regional, a regional in France, and a regional in Sweden. That's it. As if there was no regional in Germany. Oh, was it OTS Championship weekend? Okay, maybe there was a reason for it, I suppose. Anyways, there's not that much, so we can get to DB testing relatively soon. There is a Cash Tira deck, relatively standard, I want to say. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have Forbidden Lands, but it has enemies Book of Eclipse instead. Imperm Ash, relatively standard. Branded. Main deck Lava Golem in branded. Interesting. 45 cards, the golden ratio. 2 branded lost. Definitely worth going over 40 for. Spright. Okay. Why is there Effect Veiler in your main deck, but no Ash? Did you watch Ryan Yu's Labyrinth Top? I did not. Is there something new? Or is it just the same old? The main deck trap is Spright Double Cross, which I'm not a huge fan of Double Cross, but I think it might be necessary right now. Like I did have it in my Runick Spright list. If you've seen it, I did upload a Runick Spright deck profile to my YouTube. So in case you haven't seen that yet, you can check that out by typing !YouTube. You can subscribe to the channel and watch that later. But I did upload a deck list for Runick Spright, and I did put Double Cross in there because I felt like without Spright Elf, first of all, you need a better board going first, and I think Double Cross is a better card going first than Smashers. The only reason why I was usually a Smashers person was because Smashers is better across the board with like going first, going second. But like, because you can use it going second sometimes, right? It's been a useful card in some scenarios going second, whereas Double Cross isn't. And so I always preferred having Spright Smashers over Double Cross because it's like going first, it's still fine. Going second, it's also okay. Double Cross is like going first, really good. Going second, really bad. So I was kind of, I like the, you know. Can we summon some Muckraker and some Cap Shells today? We can play a couple games with the deck, yeah. We can put the deck to a test because, like I said in the video, I was planning on bringing it to the tournament last weekend, but then I couldn't go, so I haven't done as much testing with it as I would have liked to. But I think it's solid. But I'm down to do a little testing with it. In general, I personally am currently in a, I guess, let's look at some deck lists first, and then I'll tell you what I'm currently at. Because, like, YCS London is in, like, 3.5 weeks, roughly. And I have to make my mind up on what I want to focus on in testing. So I'm going to try and, like, voice my thought process a little bit. We have a Labyrinth deck that I think is just Ryan Yu's almost card for card. Because there's a second Gozen match. So one card is missing. I don't know which card is missing, but it looks, other than that, it looks like Ryan Yu's. I think it was 3 barriers for Ryan. Do you think Spright is honestly viable for London, or are we coping? I think Spright is viable. I think saying it would be the best deck, I think that is probably coping. Like, I do not feel comfortable saying it's like the best deck. I do think it's viable though. You know, at the very minimum. Ryan's deck changed quite a bit. Okay, let me look at Ryan's deck then. Oh, it's not on here because it was not a regional. Let me check. Hold up. I shall double check. Ryan Yu Labyrinth. OTS Championship, first place, Ryan Yu.
Like trying to.
Okay, let's quickly look at the new version, because the other one was just a copied version, basically.
Hey guys, we're here with the one and only Ryan Yu, who just finished first place at OTS Championships at Portal Games. How are you liking your Labyrinth deck?
I was good. I think this is by far the best deck in the format. Everything else sucks.
Okay, well,
I do think Labyrinth is a very strong contender for me personally for London.
let's just get right to the list then.
Yeah, so for the month,
What are your thoughts on Rika, Dragon Slayer, and Dragon Link? Draco Slayer and Dragon Link. I think Draco Slayer is not that great right now. Dragon Link is also not that great right now. Rika is okay.
this is the cards from my Vegas list are pretty much all the same, just swapped around, like the main and extra. Sorry, main and the side, because I didn't really feel like changing the deck, but some things had to be updated. So to Ariana, this is the best starter.
I don't remember people getting this excited about Eldritch profiles. I mean, Labyrinth is by default a more base deck than Eldritch. Simply because the Labyrinth decks tend to play a little bit less Floodgate heavy.
Just don't play 3 because it conflicts with your main normal summon, and it loses to Imperm pretty badly. So it gets you a nice +1, but for the most part you just...
Skill Drain is here, and I don't like it. I don't like the fact that Skill Drain is, like, relevant in this deck. I wish it was playable without it. But the thing is also, Skill Drain in this format is not as oppressive because everyone is playing like books. Like, there's ways to out it. There's, like, Branded has ways to out it with Branded in red. Most decks have some sort of books, so like it's not like the Eldritch format was usually a format where you couldn't main deck any removal because you would just lose, you know?
Want it for engine. Free Lady is the best card in the deck. It's just ridiculous. If you guys don't know, it can chain to a trap, just set a normal trap, and then it's like really hard to interact with. Yeah. I don't want to go too in depth on the Labyrinth effects because I feel like that's probably boring. One Lovely. This is the bomb. It's the brick, but like you just summon it with Ariana or with a Big Welcome, so it's good. And then the main normal summon is 3-star mode. So this card's just good.
Like in the main. Does it come up?
Yeah, it came up. It won me every game I summoned it. It's good.
Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Do we still play evenly? Do we play evenly and Sphere mode?
Against Trap Tricks, because they do the whole wombo combo, usually at least game 1. It's really good against Kashtira. If Kashtira goes like a Rise card pass, then you kind of win by setting 5. So it's not a huge deal if you have one dead card in your hand. And this card's like so powerful that it's just worth maining.
I'm not sure if I like Sphere mode plus evenly, but
Spells, these are broken. It doesn't conflict with anything at all.
yeah, you don't play Lava Golem because you play Duality. So you can Duality for Sphere mode.
Traps 3, 3. These are just the starter traps. This one's especially good in the grind game. Well, they're both really good in the grind game since this resets itself. And then this one, you can banish from grave to bounce, so it comes up a lot against Kashtira, like bouncing the Shangri-Ra, to like not only to get rid of the body, you stop the summon and they can't trigger the field spell, so it's just insane. Big drain. This is the only floodgate in the main after this time. This card's just really
Okay, we've taken out Rivalry and Gozen. I like that. I was not a fan of the one-ofs.
good against every single deck in the format. It's good against Despia, it's good against Cash. It's good. Like, it's usable against Trap Tricks and even the mirror match. Although you can side them out in those matchups. The barrier. This card's like, it's good going first against those matchups. Against Despia, really, it's insane. And I think this deck's worst matchup is Despia. So that's why I decided to main 3 of this. But you do side it out.
Barrier is not a floodgate? I mean, it's hard to classify Barrier as a floodgate, especially when it's against a deck that doesn't even kill you most of the time. But, I mean, Barrier, you could classify Barrier as a floodgate, yeah.
Against like Kashtira and some of the other decks. 3 Compulse, 3 Punishment, 2 Overroots. This is the same as Vegas. Compulse is like arguably worse as Kashtira becomes less popular because you want to be bouncing extra deck monsters with this to get value, so like bouncing Shangri-La and Rice but against the other decks it's like not that high value. But I don't know, we'll have to just see how the format develops. This could probably be at 2, but you definitely need 2 to 3. Punishment's the best trap spot removal, I think. I'll discuss why when we get to the extra deck, but this card's just fantastic. The one downside of this card is that if you're playing against Kashtira and you Diablosis you, they're going to see the punishment targets, so they know it's Labyrinth, and then they lock your spell trap zones. But like, doesn't really matter. Because like, especially later in a tournament, people will like be scouting your deck anyway if you're like going into top cut, and they'll know you're playing Labyrinth anyway, so it's not actually a downside. Like if you're trying to win a competitive event, this is just the best one. And then 2 Overroot. This one gives your opponent a card, so it's not as good, but you still have to play it just to have your spot removal tap count high.
It is a fair point. It is a fair point that at some point people might know what you're playing anyways, so having like a fake extra deck doesn't accomplish that much. It still, I think, makes some sense to do it simply because, I mean, if you're trying to win a big event, you still need to go through Swiss, right? So like, in order for it to even matter that your opponent knows what you're playing anyways, right, you need to get to top cut first, right? And so like, both portions are equally equally important. In order to win a tournament, you need to get through Swiss, and then you need to get to top cut. And arguably, playing Punishment is probably better in top cut because they will know anyways what you're doing. But while you're going through Swiss, surely there's going to be some Kashtira players that go first against you and then only lock your back row because they see your extra deck, right? And so like, I think it's arguable.
High enough. Like the thing about this deck, like you have these as spot removal.
Isn't the strong card better than the few Kashtira deck? I mean, the thing is, there's arguments to be made for that, but I think the cards that you play instead of Punishment are also not that bad. Like that's the thing. Like there is good options to play instead of Punishment. Like the 3rd Overroot is a strong option, and you have more other options that you can play that are like acceptable.
Big welcome because it's like the bounce effect, but the rest of your deck is just stoppers. So if you don't have enough spot removal, like especially to draw into late game, like you can have a skill drain, but then if your opponent has like a Guardian Chimera or something, you still lose because it's bigger than all your guys. So having enough of these is super important. This card's also cool. You can pair it evenly with it by giving them a card. That function also works really well in Kashtira because you can like set a monster to the field and then it turns off all the guys from hand. And against Despia, it lets you like dodge Branded in red because like you give them the card on the field, but then they can't use. One trap trick. This is
how do you dodge evenly with Terrace of the Overroot? Can Terrace send your own card? Terrace of the Overroot. Oh, I almost clicked Wikipedia again. Target a card your opponent controls and 1 card in their graveyard. You give them a monster? Yeah, but like, I'm talking turn 1. Turn 1, you have that card set. They don't have a grave and they don't have cards on the field. And in general, they never have a card on the field before they evenly, right? They will not, if they try to evenly you, they do not have a legal target for Overroot. Right? It can't possibly be. They can't possibly have a card on the field. It doesn't work. If they ash you, even if they ash me, they don't have a card on the field. They have a card in the graveyard, but they don't have a card on the field. So how do I activate Overroot? Because Overroot reads, Target a card your opponent controls and the card in their graveyard. Maybe if they props. So you're telling me if they activate Prosperity, you activate that. You chain to evenly, and then what? You chain to evenly, they still have the same number of cards on the field. The evenly still resolves, dude.
The lady says you have to set a card with a different name, so you can set this always to make sure you get the trap you want. And also because with lady, you want to be able to trigger it on their turn and then your turn. But like a lot of these normal traps, like
I think that was just chatting. I think that was a certified moment of even top players do a little bit of chatting sometimes. We do a little bit of chatting.
all of these you want to use reactively. You don't want to shotgun them because then you lose value. So what you do instead is you set trap trick with the lady on their turn, and then on your turn you can flip the trap trick and chain lady again, so you get the +1, but you don't have to waste an actual trap doing it. So that was the trap trick's really good, but I wouldn't play 3 because it sucks to have to flip this card proactively because it limits you to 1 trap. And then 3 evenly matched, kind of the same famous sphere mode.
I'm not sure if I like this for the simple reason that I know the risk is kind of low, but I feel like when this deck goes first and draws evenly, like 2 copies of evenly or sphere mode, I think it's very doomed. Like, you basically play with a 3-card hand going first, and let me tell you, trap decks with only 3 cards are not that scary. Of course, the chances aren't that high, but I personally don't know if I love 3 evenly 3 sphere mode in the main deck. I really don't know if I like both of them. I think that it kind of defeats the whole point, because the whole point is you play Prosperity and Duality. So even if you only play 1 card dedicated for going second, like only evenly or only sphere mode, you still have a very good chance of seeing it, right? Like with this version, like with 3 evenly 3 sphere mode and 6 pots, I guess you're almost guaranteed to see 1 going second. But like, it's a 15% chance, which literally, you're saying that, I don't know what you mean by that, if you mean that's good or bad, but I think a 15% chance to draw almost a dead hand going first is not that good, considering you go first when you win the dice roll. So like, I don't think that's that great, honestly. Of course, sometimes you can still win with 3 cards, you know, but like, it's not like, the thing is, decks like Kashtira and Branded are like very hard to outgrind if you only have 3 cards, because that's what the deck is trying to do. You're trying to outgrind these matchups. You're not really locking them out of the game unless you have skill drain. But even skill drain is not a guaranteed floodgate this format, because of Branded in Red, because of Book of Moon, because of Book of Eclipse, because of Forbidden Lands. You have no guarantee that skill drain actually wins you the game. And I think that's why people are also kind of okay with Labyrinth right now, because like they have answers to skill drain in their main deck, which I guess kind of fuels this whole draw the out debate. But I genuinely think that makes it a little bit better, right? It makes it a little bit better. How does Branded in Red out skill drain? You make Guardian Chimera, and then you activate the effect, and then you chain Branded in Red, and you banish it. And then it outs the skill drain, because it's not on the field anymore.
It's broken. Like, it's so good in this deck because you can get evenly and sphere mode off of the 6 pots going second. So like, the thing that I think makes this deck better than Kashtira is like, if you go first, they will never ever beat you. Like, it's impossible. Unless they like, you know.
And that's not true. Like, that's not true. It's not impossible for the other decks to beat you game 1. That is not true. Like, if you draw sphere mode and evenly most of the time, the good like Kashtira Branded, they can definitely beat you.
You can obviously lose games, but it really doesn't happen often. But if they go first, you can draw evenly, you can draw sphere mode. You can like literally set 5 and still win against them. So yeah, one advocate for the last card in the main deck. I think I moved this to the main deck just because
Branded mostly doesn't play anything to make Chimera though, other than red, do they? I guess if they are on no poly, then you might be right. But there is I'm trying to think if there's another way. I guess it would only be Comedy, which they aren't playing right now, to beat skill drain. If they play Banishment, they can go Banishment plus red. Or like red first and then chain Banishment. Or if they have the field spell, they can also just, if they play Eclipse, yeah. If they play Books, then it's obvious. I was trying to find an in-engine way, but I guess if they don't play Poly, they can't. Or the Despia field spell, of course.
The tactics is obviously more popular, and in the mirror match, this card's just completely game ending. Game 1, if you have it and they don't, you're just at a huge advantage, because you can lady set it from your deck and then just flip it, call traps, the game's over. Won me game 1 of the finals, so it was good. Yeah,
To be fair, if you're a lab sitting versus Brandy, you just instantly dig for barrier with Lady, Trap Trick, or Pots. No, I mean, yes, you are right. You are right, but like I'm thinking when you go first, like the scenario was basically I'm discussing why Sphere Mode and Evenly together in the main deck, whether that's good or not. And so we're looking at the scenario where if you draw 1 or 2 of these going first, your hand basically only has 3 or 4 cards, which I think on average with Labyrinth going first, a 4-card hand, 4 against 6 is probably okay. I'll say it. I think 4 against 6 with Labyrinth, you can win that, I think. Or you are probably favored to win that still. But 3 against 6, unless your other 3 cards are pretty much perfect, like a D-barrier against Branded, I think it's kind of tough. Right? I think it's kind of tough to win with 3 cards against 6. And so I think with 3 evenly 3 lava golems, or 3 sphere modes rather, not lava golem, with 3 evenly 3 sphere modes in the main deck, that is going to happen. That definitely is going to happen. And then, like, you know, all it takes is like an Ash Blossom for your Welcome Labyrinth, and then you can't play, or you have Skill Drain and they have Book or whatever. Like it's kind of tough because yeah, I don't know if I like that. I think it would be interesting to look at like maybe the perfect number. I think the perfect number could also be somewhere in between 3 or 6. Maybe 3 is not enough because then you don't see it often enough going second. But maybe 6 is too many, right? So maybe you find a split that works, right? Maybe there's a split where you minimize the chances of drawing multiples going first, but you can kind of maximize the chances of finding one for when you go second, like kind of balance it out in the middle. I think that is one of those scenarios where I would be okay with playing cards at 1 or 2 of, right, in the main deck. I think with that sort of reasoning, I could get behind like playing like 3 evenly because you think it's better, and then just add some amount of sphere modes. It doesn't have to be 3, right? I mean, people often get caught up on this, like it needs to be 3 or 0. But if you have a very specific reasoning in mind, like, okay, I want to minimize my chances of drawing 2 going first, so I think 6 is too many. So I want to settle at like 4 to 5. In those types of scenarios, I think it's very much okay to play cards not at 3 of. And at the same time, I'm also not sure if the deck consistently beats a Rise Hard Pass, because both the cards we play, Sphere Mode and Evenly Matched, are not very good if people go for the Arise Hard Pass, right? We cannot tribute 3 monsters if there's only 1 monster, and we also can't banish much with Evenly in that case. So the statement here is basically, when we go second and they make only a Rise Hard, we can beat that by just setting 5, right? But you have to take into account that you're probably going to have 1 dead card in your hand at least, because if you play 6 copies of these cards going second and you draw 6 cards, it's very likely you have at least 1 dead card. And then you set 5, you lose 1 of those 5 in the end phase to a Rise Hard, so you're down to 4 cards only against a Rise Hard plus its follow-up. I would not say that that's a guaranteed win. I really don't think so. I really don't agree that we're always gonna win in that sense. With 3 evenly 3 raw going first, you have a 10% chance to see 2 going first. So in 1 in 10 games, your hand will be mega weak going first. Yeah, and I think, honestly, I think most games against a reasonable average hand going first, if you draw 2 of those, it's lost. I think on average, if you draw that, it's lost. I'm pretty sure. Hold up, let me pull up the... Let's do some maths, kids. Hey, don't stay in school, kids. Stay in school. I also just closed Twitch randomly. Deck size, hand size. Let me reopen Twitch first so I can see chat. I closed Twitch to open the thingy tool. All right. We have sphere mode plus evenly. 6 cards in 40 cards. Minimum 1, minimum 2. 15.4%, dude. 15.4% to open 2. Oh wait, that's going second with 6. 5. 10. 10.8. 10.8. That's kind of a scary number to me. It's kind of a scary number. And this is why, in general, basically, if you've ever asked yourself why people don't main deck these cards very often, this is specifically the reason. This is specifically the reason why people try to settle for cards like Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, Forbidden Chalice, hand traps in general, right? In the main deck. It's because people don't want this to happen. Oh, wait, the amount is still 6. Wait, no, it is 15%. It is 15%. It was just the maximum was wrong. We're drawing a 5-card hand. We have 6 copies. It is 15%. So, not quite, what is it? 1 in 6 games. Almost 1 in 6 games. That is almost 1 in 6 games going first that you probably just like throw away by playing this ratio. So like, I don't know. Hand size should be 6. No, I'm talking going first. Going second, you want these. What does 5 look like? I mean, by 5, you're already shaving up like 5%, right? You're improving it by a lot. You're improving it by a lot if you go down to 5 already, right? And then 4, with 4 you're going even lower. And then with 3, with only evenly or only sphere mode, it was only this %, right? With only evenly or sphere mode, you only have about a 3.6% chance to open 2 of them going first. So almost non-existent throughout an event. And by just adding, it's kind of interesting, but by just adding one more card, right? By just adding one more going second card, those odds of dead drawing going first, they almost get multiplied by 5. Right? And this is why sometimes math is very important in deck building. Sometimes you need to, like, I don't think that's worth it. Maybe consider the games you lose by not opening them going second. See, that's what I'm trying to get to. That is the reason why Labyrinth plays these. The reason why Labyrinth plays these cards anyways is because Prosperity and Duality do you a huge favor here. Prosperity and Duality do you a huge favor here because the beauty about Prosperity and Duality is that they can turn into anything. They can turn into them when you go second, but when you go first, they turn into engine cards. Right? Lofi McFly, thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the channel. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So, the idea is that you use Prosperity and Duality so you don't have to play that many of them, right? It's kind of defeating the purpose. Vaverlon, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Prosperity Duality can't get sphere mode if you're locked for 5 or if they have Omnis, which is probably why you play it. At that point though, I would argue that currently you're arguing, okay, against the full zone lock from Kashtira, you need something. I can get behind that. But what's happening more often? That you get full back row locked by Kashtira, or that you go first. And brick with these. Like, do you think you get basically 15% of your hands are ruined going first? 15% of your hands are almost ruined going first. And is the chance that you get zone locked when you go second in general in this format also 15%? I don't know. I really don't know if the chance that you get full zone locked is 15% in a vacuum. Because it's not even just against Kashtira. You're building your deck against every deck in the format, right? And then, I mean, even if you do get full zone locked, your deck only has 3 outs anyway. So it's not like you're winning now because you put Sphere Mode into your deck. You still probably just like, you often don't have it. Because if it's only Sphere Mode, you're trying to see 1 in 6. Right? It's still only 40% to find it. So like you still get beaten by the full zone lock 60% of the time. Right? Because evenly doesn't help, prosperity doesn't help, duality doesn't help. You still only have 40% to beat that. So I'm not sure if I like this was kind of excessive, but I don't know if I like the idea behind it. I would also say that maybe evenly isn't the best card, right? If I'm advocating for less, that doesn't mean I hate the Sphere Mode. Maybe Sphere Mode is better than evenly. Maybe another card is better. Maybe you play like maybe you do play the Sphere Mode, just not the evenly, because the Sphere Mode solves the biggest problem, right? If you think that you can just beat a Rysard pass with 5 sets, then go for Sphere Mode maybe, right? You're planning to win the dice roll game 1, which probably won't happen? No. That's not what I'm saying. Also, what do you mean probably won't happen? Winning the dice roll game 1 is 50%. What the hell do you mean probably won't happen? I'm saying you have to find a balance. You have to find a balance between being good going first and being good going second. Right? You have to find a balance there. And I think the balance when you play 3 Sphere Mode and 3 evenly is a little bit too much for going second. And the balance, because your deck still needs to do something going first. Your deck still needs to work when you go first, unless you blind second. And so I'm not sure if I like evenly and Sphere Mode is the entire thing. I might end up trying it and still thinking it's okay, but I personally think it's a little bit too risky for my liking.
It's a little bit toxic, but I think it's too powerful not to play. And then Lady is the tribute for it, or so is Lovely, and so is Heavenly Fishing. There's like another yeah. Stealing Revo, just for if you get Ibleed. It's really important because like you get rid of the Ibleed, so you turn on all your special summons, and then you can crash their Lingrevo with your Lingrevo. And then getting rid of their Lingrevo is actually important because you're playing a trap deck. One Nutcracker. This doesn't come up, but it's there. It's like the best generic link for this deck because you can revive any of the fiends. So like mainly Lovely, I guess, in the grand game. Like you summon this, revive Lovely, Lovely set a trap, and then like you're back to full advantage. This is also a way to out Denko Sekka with Ariana. You can go like normal Ariana, add Lady, special Lady, link into this, pitch, summon back Lady, kick over the Denko. But it didn't come up. This is the reason why punishment's broken. 2 copies of the Tri Brigade. So 3500 attack, it makes your punishment always usable. It's like important too, because against Kashtira, let's say like if you're in a really complicated game state where there's a lot of monsters on the field and they have the field spell, like your Entis isn't going to have an attack to pop stuff, so you have to send this instead.
I mean, I get what he's saying, but I also did put the speed on 1.5. Maybe that's why you can't.
And that came up a lot actually. And the card that this sends is Gura. So when this goes to the grave, you send the Wing Beast from your extra deck. This is a Wing Beast, and it lives in your extra deck. So it gets sent to draw a card. So it might not seem that insane to draw a card. You might be thinking like, oh, you're playing a trap deck. You have to set all your cards before the.
Nah, I mean, turning punishment into a +1 is super nice.
Life anyway, so it's not like that card actually matters. But like, I think this is like the best engine in the deck. Like. Aside from the actual Labyrinth engine, this is what makes this deck so good. Because a lot of your games go down to the wire with this deck, and it's like every card matters. So with what I
hope there's Ultimate Slayer in the deck. I actually think Ultimate Slayer is pretty good in Labyrinth right now. It's obviously bad against Kashtira, but every other matchup going second, I think if you play the extra deck like that, Ultimate Slayer is just nuts. Like, how are we not playing Ultimate Slayer?
Before you have to be top decking cards to remove threats, and getting a draw off of punishment is like insane. Like you remove a threat, then you get 2 draws by the next time you're setting cards. So
like just like. You look at how is it bad against Kashtira because Ultimate Slayer's sending to the graveyard is a cost, and the Rysard means you cannot pay the cost. So it's bad against Kashtira, but it is super nice against like every other deck. I feel like if they like Branded you look at their board, you're like, well, I'm just gonna Ultimate Slayer the most annoying fusion, and I still have the same number of cards in my hand than before, but the fusion is gone. Like the Mirror Jade is gone. Like whatever annoys me is gone. It's like it's nice.
It's a lot like the old Eldritch thing, right? If you have a bunch of beaters and an Ash Blossom, you can beat Eldritch even if they have floodgates because you Ash the Sanguine and just kick for a bunch of damage. Labyrinth kind of has that same problem. Like if you get Ashed on the traps, but you just don't draw any. So punishment getting to your engine as like a pseudo upstart is very important. One Skull Knight. This is a punishment send. It plays around thrusting because it doesn't activate until your turn. You get to choose when to use it. It prevents them from going a Rise Heart, which is like really crazy. Because like if this is in the grave, it's just infinite pressure. They can never make a Rise Heart. And you just pop Thunder because it's 2400. This is it pops. Shooting Gersu because all the big guys are level 8.
Does it come up?
It came up once today, once at Vegas, so like it's definitely cuttable if you don't have them, but if you played Orcus, then just put this in your extra. It's good. It's also good for protecting your backer because of the replacement effect. Nice. So I came up a couple times to send like Births or the Trap Kicks field spell. One Aggregator. This is also a punishment target. When it goes to the grave, it just hotbeds something on the field. It's good, like against Flunder, for example. If they go normal, Rubina, chain like 1, and then you chain this. Chain punishment, send that. On the resolution, they go normal Eaglin, Flex, chain like 2, negate even, they pass. And then one Zeus, one Omega. Hypothetically, you can make Ningirsu, and then this is like DD curve for punishment, because you just send it and like it could come up against Branded, theoretically. So I thought that was good enough. And then side deck, 3 Ash, because Branded is like, Branded's a good deck unless it gets Ashed, so you just Ash them and they pass. But you also side this in against the Mirror match. In the Mirror match, it's basically just post side, it's Eradicator Turbo, so any card that stops you from getting Eradicator is really good, because this stops them from getting the body, or it also stops the pots. And then against Castro, you put it in as well, because you just don't want to get Zone Walk for 5. Like the thing about this deck is that, like going second, like let's say you have 6 traps, one of them's going to be dead, so you can afford to have one of those cards be a trap that you're, not a trap that you're going to save. So like 5 traps and then Ash, for example, is very good, because you Ash, and then you get to set all 5 traps, and you're not losing any value by having a dead trap in your hand. And it like, sometimes stops you from getting Zone Lock for 5? I don't know. I mean, they have to draw the field spell, or like 3 extenders to do it in the first place, so it doesn't like, usually it's lock 3, and then you have to draw Spear Motor evenly, but like, there's honestly so many ways to beat Castro going second. One of this, you could consider playing more. You could consider playing more.
I don't
like,
understand this.
And then
It's so weird, because I feel like randomly he just put one in his deck for YCS Las Vegas, and now everyone is doing it. Why is there one Lord there? I don't understand this. I don't understand one Lord of the Heavenly Prison. I can't get behind it.
because the more of these you play, the better this is. Because I think the problem with like trying to hard draw this instead of search of a lady and then shock it in standby is that it's going to be hard to get like a lady on the field. And not just that, you have to summon a lady and then have follow-up down. So you basically need 2 big bodies. But this card makes it a lot better because if you have this revealed in your hand, then as soon as you flip a trap, special summon, Eradicator, tribute this. This is also a tribute for Eradicator, funny, right? Because it's a dark. And then, like, if you want to play more, then you should probably play more of both of these, but I put them both at 1, because I think playing more of this card, like, leans into losing to Ash, especially post-side, because you get Ash on 1 card, so that's 1 card dead, like the trap card, and this is dead too. So you have, like, 2 dead cards going first, and that's not amazing. Yeah, just the 1. It's like, I think that in this deck, 1-ofs are probably fine, or, like, 2-ofs, because you go through your deck pretty fast, actually, with the draws from Ariana and Grura, and, like, the pots. And if you see 2 of the same card, it, like, actively makes your hand worse, because you can't use both, and, like, you need every interruption to count. So if you have, like, 2 of these, and, like, one of them sitting dead in your hand, you're gonna die, so that was bad. One of the field spell, you just slide this in for control. It's very important. Like being able to search this with Ariana in the mirror match or against Traptrix comes up. 1 Feather Duster. It's kind of just the 15th card because it hits the mirror match like harder than any other 15th card would. Blue Judgment. This is for going first without anything. Like with Reboot Band, this card is actually just like unbeatable. Like Denko, Judgment, Evenly Judgment.
Yeah, I thought about this. I was like,
lose.
I was looking at some other decks and thinking about what to side deck against Labyrinth, and I was like, hey, Evenly is good, Feather Duster is good, Denko is good. But everything loses to Judgment. There's nothing that doesn't lose to Judgment. It just doesn't exist. Like it's crazy.
Or if they don't have that, you just Judgment their engine and they lose anyway. Fear Rivalry. This isn't good against Cash. It's only really good against Despia. It's also good against Traptrix actually because it's like divided between plants and insects. But I respect Despia a lot with this deck because I like really do think that's the worst matchup. I think Cash is really easy, but Despia like chimeering you in your end phase and like resource looping with Mirror Jade and Retribution is really rough. And then for
if you're afraid of branded like mirror chimeraing you in the end phase, just play 3 Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Like that card literally going second against branded is nuts because you can just reveal it, set 5 pass. They can't do shit to you. It's so good. Like you can literally let branded do everything they want to do, and then you just reveal it, set 5 pass. Unless they can also search Merc.
In the side deck for Cash. 1 of this, because you can set it with Lord, and it's really funny, and it doesn't go away because it can get banished. And then 2 of these, because this is like the better one. But yeah, there's more rivalries than these, because I think I'm more scared of Despia than Cash.
Okay, fair enough.
And then, you know, without meaning any of the floodgates, you're making sure that you're less...
I'm not actually sure if I love siding more floodgates in this deck. Once again, like, I don't think I agree. Like, I think it might be my naive little soul here, but I feel like Labyrinth as a deck, especially when it gets to go first, I feel like it can beat most decks without needing to flip a floodgate. Like, I don't feel like we need Gozen or Rivalry in most matchups when we get to go first. I don't really agree.
Most of your cards will be dead game one because you don't know what matchup you're gonna play.
Like, okay, Iron Wall maybe for evenly, I don't know, but like Gozen or Rivalry, they don't really solve any of the problems of this deck. Like, Gozen Rivalry don't solve any of the problems you have. They don't solve Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, evenly matched. You can flip them preemptively to play around Denko Sekka, maybe, but like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Reverse format, but then post side you just put them all in your deck. It's more powerful. And yeah, having these be like 2 Gozens and 1 Iron Wall is better because like this is pretty bad, but this is game. Like yeah, there's no runs. So yeah, that was the deck.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the deck profile. Any last shoutouts?
Shoutouts.
All right, I mean, it's still a solid list, I think, overall. It's still a solid list. And I guess that was an interesting, you know, little probability lesson, statistics lesson on the stream. You were here. You were here. Okay, is there anything else we need to look at, or do we get to some testing now? There's another Dark World deck, I guess. This is pretty much standard Dark World, I think. For the most part. This deck is so wacky. I get a lot of questions about Dark World recently, which I kind of wonder about, but like, I guess people really like Dark World. But my opinion on Dark World is that it's okay. The problem of this deck, at first when I saw, what was it? When I saw Simon Hees, Dark World deck from YCS Las Vegas, I thought it was good. But the problem is that, or rather the idea is that you play Lava Golem and a lot of draw power. So your plan going second in every deck is just draw until you find Lava Golem and then pop off, right? The problem is that that strategy loses every single time to a Rise Hard Pass. Like, your deck cannot do shit against a Rise Hard Pass. And I do think that a Rise Hard Pass, rightfully so, a Rise Hard Pass is a very strong line for Kashtira, because everyone is on Lava Golem, Sphere Mode, Nibiru right now. So, like, a Rise Hard Pass just solos almost everything. Yeah, this should just be the Kaiju. That's what I'm trying to get to. I did that. I did go through a I had a coaching session yesterday with someone who wanted to play Dark World, and I told them to put the Dark Kaiju instead of Lava Golem, because it's a fiend, it's a dark, so you can get rid of it with a lure when you go first. You can pitch it for gates if you really want to, and it just, like, it outs everything without a condition. Right? What else is there? Kashtira, Bestial. Wait, Bestial? Bestial. What do you mean, Bestial? What is Bestial? You're on Metafy? I'm not on Metafy. I very, very rarely have time for it. Like, every once in a while, people ask me if I have time for a coaching session, and sometimes I'll do it, but I usually don't have the time for it. But yeah, very rarely I give coaching. It's Bestial Control. Why is there Albion? I don't understand Albion. I guess you can send branded regained, and then if you have beast, you get it back for free, so it's a free plus. But why? Also, why is there an Albaz? Like, okay, I understand the Albion, you know. I guess it gets you a Dark into the graveyard if you have a bunch of Bystials in hand. Oh, Seals can summon Albaz too. I'm not gonna lie. I really wish. I'm looking at this deck and I just wish this was good. Because this looks hella fun. Like this looks like I would enjoy it so much. You know, like Bystial grind game, Seals pass, grind with regained and branded beast, dude. This looks like the most base thing ever. Like honestly, I love it. I literally would love for this to be a good deck. But I don't know if it is. Maybe we'll try it at some point. I'm gonna leave it open. We're gonna leave the dream open because until we try it, it's Schrodinger's Bystial. Until we play it, we don't know if it's dead. Ninja. Jesse, what have you done? Okay. Sweep. I don't think this deck is that good. It's not terrible either, though. I think this is kind of the the thing. This format is that you can do okay with decks like these. Just like your deck's good going first and going second. It's like the current decks are not that hard to beat or not impossible to beat. Like just Ash Branded Fusion, just Book of Eclipse Kashtira. It's not that hard, you know. I think it's okay. All right, and I think that's the last thing we need to look at. So let me hop onto DB right now, and let's get one thing out of the way real quick. I did want to showcase my my Runick Spright deck a little bit, or like not even showcase, but rather just try it myself because this is exactly the list that I uploaded to the YouTube channel. And I want to try it a little bit. Like I said in that video, I was planning to bring this to a tournament last weekend, but I couldn't go. So I decided to share it beforehand. But that also means I didn't get to actually try it that much on the weekend. So let me do that. So once again, the only requirement for you to take part in this class activity is play a meta deck, please. Play some sort of meta deck. The password is Josh. Why Golem over Kaijus? I do think there is a point to be made that maybe you should have Kaijus instead. We're gonna see. If people go for the Arise Hard pass, I think maybe you play Kaijus in this and you can play more Hyperias. I wouldn't hate that either. Did you get ulti blues? I did not get ulti blues, no. I'm not rich enough to justify getting ulti blues when I already have the secrets. Go to customs so I can play Gate Guardian. No, thank you. I will not go to customs. Okay, surely, because Emily over here is certainly not watching the stream right now, so they don't know that I don't have Lava Golem. So surely they will go for the Arise Hard pass because they know Lava Golem is in my deck. Surely they're not looking at my hand right now and see that they can go for the full combo. Eh? Surely not. What's your thoughts about a small twin engine in Runick? I thought about it. I think it's solid. I thought about doing that in the deck profile as well. I had two other versions that we can talk about in a bit for the Runick Spright deck that I was considering. The one was using the Dark Beckoning Beast. We talked about it on stream. That was actually a viewer's idea. It was actually a viewer's idea to play Dark Beckoning Beast in Runick Spright, because with the opening of the Spirit Gates, you can bring back the cap shell, which I think is interesting. All right, there goes our one-off double cross, Sag. I queued the wrong deck. All good. Actually, okay, they go for the Arise Hard Pass. Nice. Okay, we can maybe beat that. Uh-oh. Dispelling. Stand by main. The problem is I could go Dispelling in the battle phase to summon Gary to crash, but that loses to Book of Moon really hard. Also, in the best case, it just, you know, adds this. But like, I guess I could just go Runick Tip, grab Flashing Fire, and if there's no Forbidden Lands, we are Gucci. If there is Forbidden Lands, though, we lose. I guess that's what I have to do. Also, I really hope we are not banishing a Kashtira Theosis with this Runick Tip. Please. Flashing Fire. Banish one. This will trigger. Yep. Attach my tip. No. Attach birth. All right. And then Phrages. Up. You could do both in battle phase. I could have done both in the battle phase. Yeah, Forbidden Lands is a problem. Runick versus 1 lands. I think it's beatable. I guess we declare this because the Metal Force Fusion is freaking dead anyways. Yeah. Okay, they let me add Fontaine. Okay, I mean, oh wait. Awesome. I'll chain to the book. Wait, no, they can. It's whatever. All right. Doesn't make a difference because they just chain a Rise Heart. Also, it was under lands anyways. Yeah, my bad. I think we just do this. I do think that Cosmic Cyclone is kind of neat going first against Kashtira because it hits Birth. It hits Birth. It hits the Field Spell. I think this card is valuable. I'm just not sure what I want to side out for it. Maybe you do need to play Kaijus. Maybe it's just Kaijus right now. Maybe it's not possible to play Lava Golem in these decks. Like, the Arise Hard Pass is just too powerful. I guess we can't side out anything else. I'm not siding out Kurikara going, not siding in Kurikara going first. Okay, this hand is banging. All right. Stand B main. Is there a world in which they play Droll Lockbird? In which case I should have gone draw phase, I guess. Activates Lumber. To special summon. It's still okay-ish. I have Mannequin Cat, so I can give them the shifter, which is probably gonna fuck them up real hard. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Do I summon everything in defense so they can't crash their shifter as well? I don't have Chaos Hunter, sadly. Detach a material from this. Let's banish the Hugin. Up. And then I will grab a blue from that. I could also grab Cap Shell. Does this have to go into the graveyard? No. I could grab Cap Shell here and then Starter for blue. Cap Shell for a draw or blue. No, let's go blue. Effect of blue. Grab red. They have nib. They have to nib right here, and we still have 5 cards left against 3, so that wouldn't be too bad. So we just summon red. Honestly, probably just like starter for carrot and pass. Starter for carrot, set 3, pass. Don't even see the point in making anything. I mean, gigantic. What is gigantic summon even? I mean, I guess we do make gigantic. We can gigantic for Hyperia, for Cap Shell. Or we can just put a carrot. I can put a carrot for, and then just leave starter for follow-up. Actually, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. I guess we also activate tip. We activate tip. I mean, I have destruction and freezing curses. Destruction for birth is probably the most important thing. So set. Let's leave tip in hand, so that way we can have a runic spell in the grave next turn. I kind of want to let this slide. I could go for this, but I want to keep this for tip, like really badly. No, this is fine. Why set the starter? I can do it on their turn. If I want tribute fodder for red or carrot, I think it's okay. Nano, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Okay, they normal summon this. This is what they added. Yeah. You think main kaijus is correct? Maybe. It seems like the thing about kaijus in general is that they are less risky than playing Lava Golem, but they also have less payoff. But they are, I think they're okay. A Rise Hard, banish what? I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna red destroy that. Tribute the Mannequin Cat, because that gets beaten over by Shifter anyways. Banish Birth. For cost, I'm gonna tribute this. Banish. To destroy it and banish it. People. Ah, who likes that Shifter now? Nice Shifter, brother. Nice Shifter. We do a little bit of siding. Going second, we do not want that. I wanted to test the Turia Runick, but instead I'm playing the cringe deck. It's all good. It's still important to test against the cringe deck. Fusion against a Rise Hard sucks. I think Duster is okay because you force out all the books and stuff like that. Lava Golem, the question is like, do we risk them going for the same play as game 1 and having a dead Lava Golem in hand? Let's see if it works without it. If they can 5 zone lock, they will. I mean, we still have 6 outs to it, though. We still do have 6 outs, you know? We still have the Lanceas that prevent it, and we still have the Kurikaras. The one thing I'm really scared of with this version is Ibli. Ibli fucks me up. Because I don't have Lingeribo. And Kurikara doesn't work. What's the Metalfoes Fusion for? I think Metalfoes Fusion is very cute to just discard for Hugin or Muckraker. Just like the deck discards a lot, so you get free discards. This hand is not great because it only has 1 Runick. The rest of, like, if this blue was another Runick, this hand would be pretty nice. Ibli, just make Elf. That was wrong on so many levels. That's a crazy thing you just said. It was more of a question. Well, first of all, Elf is banned. Elf is banned in the TCG. Second of all, the whole idea is when you normal summon, they just banish it with a Rise Art, so you don't have a second monster. The only way to out it is if you play a Link 1 for Lingeribo, for example. Lingeribo to link off the Ibli. Theosis, summon Fenrir. Yes, very exciting. Is this the... So far... I guess if they have... Ooh, Scareclaw cached. Oh, are they going toward the lock 5? Oh, this might be the lock 5. Is it? I'm not sure. They had... So far, they've only shown Unicorn plus Rise Hard. I think they need Birth still. Can they search Ibli or do they have to hard draw? They do have to hard draw. Banish 1, 2, 3. Rip Smashers. We could have sided out Smashers anyways. The lock 5 is a 3-card combo, yes. Okay, they overlay first, yep. And they lock which one? Oops. A monster zone? No, spell trap. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They won't go for the lock 5. Clueless. Yeah. Banish Theosis. Add back Birth. Uh-oh. They still need one more extender, though. Oh, there. Oh, oh. Okay, we have to hope that they use the Shangri-Era in the standby phase. Then we are okay. Because they can certainly lock all 5 now. He did have the Ogre. This is not ideal. That is one way to put it. Yes. That is one way to put it. It is indeed not ideal. They forgot to pop. Does that mean they don't have it? Did they mess it up? They may have messed it up. There's a line here, but I don't know. Okay. Because if you make second Shangri-Era now, you don't have Diablosis because you are missing the target for Birth. You had to detach from Shangri by popping it with field. Just do it. Yeah, they were supposed to pop from the planet, pop this so they have a target for Birth. And now they go for this. But they don't get a Rysard, do they? This way. Because now all they have is 2 Shangri-Eras and Diablosis. Where's the Rysard? What was their hand? They had Ogre, Unicorn, Field Spell. No, Ogre, Field Spell, Birth. Surely that works, because they banished Big Bang. They didn't banish Big Bang ever. Well, I mean, it's still lock 5, but if they lock 5, they don't have a Rysard, so we can somewhat play. Didn't have a chance to banish Big Bang. Well, what did a Rysard banish? What did a Rysard banish? What did Rysard banish? Oh, it banished Birth. Oh, you didn't have Birth. Well, then I don't think they had it. They had Ogre and Field Spell. That doesn't do it. It's not a 2-card combo. It's a 3-card combo. Then they were simply missing a card. Right? Or no, they had Rysard. Right? They had Rysard, Ogre, Field Spell. Does it do that? Does that do the thing? I'll experiment after this. This is game 3 anyways. I want to find out. All right, here you go. They do still lock 5, yes, but they don't get a Rysard, so we can play with like normal summon, special summon. You know? You need one of the 2 spells. I think so too. I think the hand that they had just doesn't do it. Soul Sweeper, banish face down. That triggers here. Banish 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I don't know why I flipped the coin. But we hit heads, Pog. What did we banish? 2 flashing fire, a fountain, Monka. Isn't it time for a new playlist? I only have this one. I guess I should at some point add some stuff to it. Thinking emoji. Thinking emoji. Yes. Fog. All right. You probably don't summon here? You mean Kurikara? Or you mean him? So, I think I just Kurikara right away. I honestly think I just Kurikara right away. Bap. Give me back my zones. I guess I'm gonna act like they used the other Shangri era, because the Shangri era that they used was the one that only locked that locked 3, but you're supposed to activate this one. I'm just gonna act like they activated this one. I'm just gonna act like they activated the one that locked 2 zones, because you're supposed to do that. It's fine. I'm gonna act like you locked the right ones, or activated the right one. The question is, do we immediately start playing, or do we go to the... Oh, hold up. I'm gonna summon this here, actually, because there's some GigaChat stuff we can do. There's some GigaChat stuff we can do. Do you see it? We can, like, make Akashic Magician bounce our own Kurikara and their Shangri-Era, and then Kurikara them again, because Kurikara is not once per turn, so, like, tribute the Fenrir. Potentially. The problem is, how do we do that without playing into the Fen? Like, we do have to play into the Fenrir by, like, normal summoning blue. I don't think that's good. Yeah, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. I think it's a battle phase angle. I think it's a battle phase angle. Just attack over that Fenrir. Nice. Lance Kurikara would suck. I think that'd be okay. At that point, we only have to play through one Fenrir. I think we can deal with that. And now we go into main phase 2. Do I just starter for Carrot? Starter for Carrot. That kind of forces Book of Moon or Book of Eclipse. Then I go special curses. Activate. Let's do that. Yeah. I still think it's very likely that we will go for Akashic Magician. Okay, that sucks. It's okay, though. Activate Fountain. Activate the curses that are freezing. This is where birth fucks us, doesn't fuck us up yet because we don't have 3 cards in the grave. Target one. Birth needs 3, yes. Birth needs 3. We perform a very special summon of blue. And we search most likely Jet, but it could also be Carrot. It could be Carrot. No, it's not Carrot. Jet. Fake Jet. Grab starter. Oh, no response. What is that? Lance? Is that Lance you have over there? Smashers is banished, yeah. Oh, they added preparation, which is dead right now. Preparation is hand or banished, right? Preparation is hand or banished. So it's cap shell. Make Akashic with these 2. Then yeah, that's probably this. Akashic bounce this and Kurikara for next turn. Fog. Boop. And then this is all free. We can make Donner to pop Birth. We probably need to get rid of Birth. Birth is busted. And if we only leave them with the Mind Hacker, we're probably okay. We lose something from the extra deck, which is annoying. Oh, Donner only pops monsters? Oh, it does. That's a problem. I don't really want to pop the monster. Simply draw destruction. Fair enough. So do I make IP? Maybe I make IP. Wait, no, I don't make IP with this. Phoenix would be sick here. Phoenix would actually be insane. Maybe we need Phoenix for Birth. There is a possibility we need to play Birth. We need to play Phoenix for Birth. We are level 2 locked, yes, but we can still normal summon Sprite Blue, or we can use starter. So I'm thinking normal summon blue, make IP. And then simply draw Runick Destruction. Oh, oh, that would have gone so hard. Starter got ashed? Yeah, but I used Gigantic still. I used Gigantic. Pass. Does Kashtira out Avramax? Yes, they outed with what's it called? The Scareclaw Kashtira outs it. Is the annoying thing. I mean, yeah, fine. Yeah, go ahead. If this was Phoenix, I think we win this game. But the fact that Birth just fucks this deck for no reason. Why did they give Birth the bonus effect of just like, you also get to end the life of every Runick player in the universe? It's so annoying. It's just unreasonable, yeah. Fenrir ad is going to be met with a Dispelling. And I'm going to discard that Unicorn real quick. Say goodbye to your Unicorn. Oh, wait. Birth trigger would be anyone if you want. There goes the Unicorn. Get sniped. We're gonna have a tough time against this Diablosis right now. I'm telling you that much. We have a tough time against this Diablosis right now. They declare Birth. Yeah, but I mean, we can't do anything about it. Target Cap Shell and double blue. All right. And I'm going to Fountain. Target Dispelling. Yeah, I guess that's it. Can't really do anything else. Yeah. Okay, so bottom. Never mind. It's not gonna banish shit. 1, 2, 3. Isn't Lancia only opponent's turn? Well, good thing that it is my opponent's turn. Hey. What a nice coincidence that it is actually my opponent's turn. Okay, hold up. This is dark. Dark. So if I make Abomination, if I make Abomination, They can attack. They can double it with Mind Hacker, right? Because the Phoenix, because of the field spell, it's for each different attribute on the field. That's a shame. They need to detach from Mind Hacker. No, they only use the effect to banish from top of the deck. They didn't use that effect. I mean, I guess IP into Abomination forces them to double at least. You know? They do have to double the Abomination. And then they have only Fenrir plus the trap card, which is okay. Yeah. Stop. Okay. We lose 800. I hate Forbidden Lands. I hate Forbidden Lands, dude. End phase. Activate starter. What do you mean thinking? You have another Ash? The problem is we lose a lot of shit here. Yes. Trigger Mind Hacker question mark? Boom, Kurikara about to go real hard, but still concerning. Hold up. So we lose 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Bum. 3 blues, 2 jets, 3 jets. I don't like what I'm seeing. Okay, I have a carrot. I have a carrot left for starter. There is a carrot. There is a carrot. So I suppose I'm gonna get that carrot. I'm gonna go get that carrot. It's not looking too hot, but the Kurikara is big. Wait. Yeah, you need to control the Kashtira. I thought for a second. Oh, wait. Oh, hold up. I'm dumb. I'm not going to use that starter yet. Because I want to get Kurikara. Right? The Gappuccino, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you for blessing us with that sub sound. So we do skip the battle phase. Skip. And then end phase, we get the Kurikara revive. For Fenrir? Or Unicorn? Oh, but then I don't have red. But I can just normal summon it. No, I normal summon... this is doomed. No, I normal summoned Hyperia. I normal summoned Hyperia. I have to use starter. I don't get the Kurikara effect. Yeah, no. I have to use this. It's fine. I don't get Kurikara. Mattil, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate all the support. Minus 1k. Starter in the end phase. The thing is, I cannot summon the red because I do not have a level 2 on the field. So I have to do it this way. And I need the red and the carrot because I need carrot to negate the birth. Yeah, I need carrot to negate birth. And then we can top deck out of this, maybe. I mean, we only have 8 cards left in the deck. I'm not sure how big our chances are. Yeah, I have to do this. It doesn't destroy it, but it negates it. And then if this is not a top deck... So this is 4,500. But why can't you Kurikara? Because if I starter, I'm locked out of level 2s or out of not level 2s. So I cannot summon anything with Kurikara. This is 4,500. So if they don't top deck a card, if they don't top deck a play, we win next turn, I guess. Let me just get out here swinging. Bob. Wait, no, I lose to the birth. Do I lose to birth alone? Do I lose to just birth already? I freaking hate birth, dude. That card is way too busted. Why is birth so strong? What the hell? And why did I draw Kurikara, dude? Literally every card in my deck is better than Kurikara. Look at my deck right now. Oh, god damn. It was close though, hey. With Phoenix, we get them. With Phoenix, we get them. Have you tried the nimble stuff in this version? I think the nimble stuff, I guess I will. All right. I think this card may have been a wrong inclusion in the deck. Looking back at that game 1, I think that's how a lot of these games go with this deck. I think a Kaiju seems nice. This just seems like it makes a lot of sense in this deck. And then we can go back. Then we can go back to playing multiple Hyperias. I don't know how many. But I love Hyperia, dude. But then what do we even take out? Like, at this point, it's got to be the fusion. As much as I like the idea. Maybe it's this? And then Phoenix? For the frickin' birth? Birth is a crime against humanity. I'll say it right now. What do we even take out? Everything feels kind of important. Now that I know Donner can only pop monsters, I'm a little bit more disappointed by Donner. I don't think we can go down to 2 Hugins. Card at the top right, it's Cap Shell. Mannequin Cat is probably the least important card in the extra deck. Even though it did feel nice last game, but that was because we got shifted. I think this is fine. Cerberus instead of Donner? I do think Donner is okay. I do like Donner, because it doesn't require the discard. Linkuriboh over Donner? Well, you need two. If you want to play Linkuriboh, you need two. That's the problem. You know, that's the biggest problem is we don't need just one Linkuriboh. You need multiples. Ayo Sleeve Chief, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. And Tricky Wombat, thank you for the prime. Thank you guys so much. Don't forget to use that Josh 5 on Sleeve Chief. Now that we're talking about it. Why no elf? Okay, stop asking why no elf. That's hurtful. That's hurtful to a Sprite player. Don't ask me why there's no elf in my deck, please. I don't know why there's no elf. You tell me. You tell me why there's no elf in my deck. Because I don't know. It's not my decision, dude. I didn't make that decision. I'm being bullied. I'm actually being bullied. Why is there no Ronin Totem? Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Also, we've hit the sub goal. you don't deserve this right now, but you still get it because I'm a man of my word, and we did hit the sub goal. So you get this, but just know that you don't deserve it for how you've been treating me. All right, let's do another one. Let's do another one with the new version. New version. Let's go. Password is Josh. Please bring meta. All right, there we go. Stop copying me. Stop copying me. Okay, I would have rather you copy me than do that, but okay. All right, there's the Kaiju. It can prove its worth. Kaiju, prove your worth right now. What did you say about the Nimble stuff? I missed it. I forgot to say anything about it. I didn't say anything about it, but I think Nimble stuff. I kind of like the idea behind it, right? I do like the idea of having a great discard for Hugin in the form of Nimble Angler. What I don't like about it is it does something for this deck, which I don't know if the deck needs it, which is you just vomit a lot of monsters onto the board, which sounds like a great thing, but in Runick Spright, you really want to be worried more about like maintaining hand advantage rather than field advantage, right? Wait, Coup Clock, you need a lab for that. Yeah. Coup Clock is good, but it's not that good. Can we see your other versions of Runick Spright? I only have one version built. You know? If Josh wins London with Dark World, we're gonna give the 100 subs? Is that what it takes? Is that what it takes for people to support the stream? That absolute misery. Alright, we go Stand Be Mine. And then, I think good old starter. I mean, we have a Sprite heavy hand here. A very Sprite heavy hand, but it's okay. I think. I shall activate Starter. We're probably just gonna end up using Runic Destruction as its actual effect. Not just yeah. You lose 1300 and use Jet's effect. Do not drain my skill. Alright, they have not drained the skill. So we have Smashers, which is very good in this matchup. Very good in this matchup. And then we are going to... I'm probably going to summon Red and Carrot in defense still, because otherwise Ariana can run over them. But there's no reason not to summon Blue in attack. Sprite Bleu. Think on res. Okay. Grab the Jed. D-barrier of the XYZ kind. I should have summoned Carrot maybe. Fine. Summon Carrot. Summon Red. The gang is all here. We don't need no gigantic sprite. Attack. Yeah. Terrors of the Overroot target my starter. I kind of hate that. I don't want that. I want to keep my Carrot. Thank you for the 10 months. That's a long time. Appreciate the long time support. Thank you so much. I'm gonna Carrot try and negate that. And then Jet continues to attack. Welcome Labyrinth. Triggers. I'm thinking about chaining Destruction to this card so that they can't. But do I? No, I will not. Yeah, we can just get Carrot back with Elf, right? Easy. Think on what to summon, yes. Because Ariana just gets negated, but the other big dudes aren't that great either. Lady Labyrinth. I'm gonna Smashers this, I think. Probably. I'm probably just smashing. I could also... No, I can't Kaiju. I started. I cannot Kaiju. I did starter, in fact. Activate Smashers. Banish, banish. Main 2. Do I set this destruction? Question mark. Oh, end of battle phase. Evenly matched? Ha! Pathetic. Okay, so we're under D barrier. They have a coup clock in hand. Nothing else. Well, technically, we don't know about the coup clock, I think. Unless they took it with duality, I didn't pay attention. I think they took I think they took Welcome Labyrinth. I can still special jet. I can still special jet to enable my Carrot negate, but then I don't have a play next turn unless I use Destruction to summon, which I guess I can do. Yeah. I think it's this. Yeah. All right, they top decked evenly. I kind of just could have passed and nothing would have happened. I shall draw a Spright red. Okay. Stunned be main, special activate. This is fine now. I mean, we're pogging. Pitch that Gamma Seal for Fountain. On an empty board, if I go gigantic now, do I keep carrot or do I keep red? Probably keep carrot. Make a big gigantic. Detach from it. And I want to get Cap Shell, but at the same time, like I want to get Cap Shell. No, I want to get Hyperia, I'm pretty sure. Just I could also get Blue Jet starter. That's probably better. That's probably better. Yeah, Blue Jet starter for follow-up. And then overlay for Gin Buster. That way they can't top deck shit because we have a spell negate and a trap negate. And we skip the battle phase and we pass. This doesn't seem like a great matchup for Labyrinth. I don't think it is, no. I don't think it's a great matchup for Labyrinth. Like, Runick is very good against slow decks, right? Like, I mean, if Labyrinth has Eradicator after siding, or maybe even game 1 already, like, if you can get to Eradicator, it's obviously good. I just don't feel great. Bestials are surprisingly okay, I think, in this matchup. Bestials could be low-key okay, because they don't get hit by Eradicator, and they can put up some sort of grind game, like these. But I don't know what I would side out, honestly. I don't know what I would side out. I guess we just keep the... We just do it like this, and just hope we don't get Eradicated. What's the point of Gamma Seal? You need the normal? Kind of. That's kind of the point, but it's also... The point is also that a Rise Hard pass, if they only make a Rise Hard, you cannot Lava Golem that, and that kind of sucks. Ooh. Okay. Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Set 3. Pass. Okay. Think in draw phase. Okay. A pointer of the Red Lotus. Do I chain starter? Probably. Also, you need to reveal that one. First. A Lancea. Okay. Reveal the Lancea. That's okay, I think. If they have Eradicator, we don't actually lose that much. We don't actually lose that hard. If I let them resolve a pointer, they probably just take starter or jet. I kind of want to chain starter, but if I chain starter, they just take jet if they have Eradicator. Either way, I think I'll just show. That's an Eradicator angle if I've ever seen one, brother. That's the most Eradicator ever. Chain Lancea. I will chain to that. Lancea on res, I will chain tip. Chain. Also minus 2k. I will just add a fountain. Yes. Vanish 1. I mean, it looks like there's no Eradicator because they didn't summon Lord. So there's no Eradicator. Fountain. Is there a D barrier maybe or something along those lines? The special. Thinking on triggers. Is this DB rated? No, this is against viewers. I find it more relaxing to play against viewers because it's usually less. It's more friendly, you know? He doesn't banish because of Lancea? No, I chained. I chained tip to Lancea, so I do still banish. The Lancea hasn't resolved yet. I think I just do Fountain. I like my hand here. I want to keep tip. Yeah, I just Fountain. Just Fountain. Chain Compulse? Sure. Yeah. 2 extra. Bottom. The bottom. Draw. Yeah. Set Eradicator that they cannot use this turn. I can just pop it with Destruction. No, I can't pop it with Destruction actually because I'm under Lancea. But we have ways to deal with it still. Now we special summon with this. We summon Hugin again. This time we use it. Effect. Pitch Jet. Okay, I think we just win this, honestly. I feel like we just outgrind this super easily. I mean, not super easily is probably the wrong way to say it, but we can just remove Lord of the Heavenly Prison this turn, then they don't have a tribute for Eradicator. I think it's okay. Or we can just Smashers the Eradicator as well. I'm gonna grab Smashers here. We can't use it this turn either. But we still have starter in the end phase. Like, I want to end phase starter for Carrot. Worst case, I think, is the plan. Worst case, we go end phase starter for Carrot. Because we get the starter back in the end phase. So even if this Gigantic gets interrupted, we have plays. Big welcome, Labyrinth. Yep. Yep. Activate effect of this. Like, it doesn't target. So I could... No, I can't protect. Okay, yeah, this works. Yep. This will work. And then we can just go second fountain. Activate destruction to summon. Gary? Question mark? No. We can't go Gary. We have to go level 2. And then we go this. We don't have to go level 2 because we're locked. Because we are not locked. But we need the level 2 so that end phase starter into Carrot provides us with an out to Eradicator. So, and also if we draw into any sprites, it's like infinitely better, which we do not. We draw into starter. That works. Blue. 1100. Okay, so there's a Lord of the Heavenly Prison. This thing we can just Donner. We can just Donner this thing. And then there's no target for Eradicator. Easy clap. You can't respond with Carrot to Eradicator. If they tribute the big lady, I can, because it's gone. That's how tributing works. Anyways, this grabs Carrot still. Special Carrot, overlay Gigantic Sprite. Effect Gigantic Sprite. So I can go Cap Shell, make Donner, draw a card. I can also go Hyperia, make Donner, draw a card. Is there a difference? Did I normal summon? I don't think I normal summoned. I don't think I normal summoned, so I guess I'll go Cap Shell, because if I draw into an Hyperia, that would be Pog. Bop, bop. Donner. Effect Cap Shell. What do you want me to say, chat? What do you want me to say? Get that out of my sight. Skillful gameplay? That was skillful gameplay. What do you mean? You think we need this Hyperia to win? That was just like, I was just joking. We don't need it. The game's over. We've outplayed the opener like crazy. Oh, we also get starter back. Yeah. Not that it matters, but like. And now is when we have fun. This is where we have fun, okay? Banish 1. Activate Curses to summon. Activate Geary. Add a back Fountain. Activate Slumber. Banish 3. Activate Fountain. Draw 3. Still in end phase. Activate Smashers. Banish. Banish. Pop. Hey. I think this deck is still okay. I don't know if it's the best deck in the format, but you can still play it. It beats Labyrinth, I think. I think it beats Labyrinth fairly consistently, unless they get, like, the thing about the Labyrinth matchup is that most Labyrinth players play one Eradicator to fetch it at some point in the match. And this deck can usually prevent that, like in the last game, right? Usually you can prevent them from fetching the Eradicator and then resolving it, right? But like the problem is when they open it. But when they only play one, the chance that they open it is not actually that high. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I like the idea behind this deck. I still think it's okay. I don't think it's like insane. I really don't think it's insane, but it's an okay deck. I think. Does it beat ninjas though? I don't know. I don't think you're gonna face any ninjas. What do you think about Branded currently? Do you plan on theory crafting it this format? Well, we have Theo crafted it before, but the list is kind of old, so I don't know how. Nah, this is not the current. Nah, don't look at this. Don't look away. Look away. Look away. Look away. I'll show you something beautiful instead. I think Branded is a good deck this format. Like I think Branded is a good deck this format, but I also think Branded is in a couple of weird spots. I've talked about it before. I think Branded is in a weird spot for mainly two reasons. The first reason is that everyone expects Branded, right? Branded is in top 3 decks right now, arguably. Like between Kashtira and Labyrinth, I think those are the top 3 represented decks right now if you look at any tournament. And that is always not a good thing for a deck like Branded. Because Branded, while it is a very strong, I think, sleeper pick in some formats in the past, it's really not having the best time when it is expected by everyone. Simply because cards like D-Barrier and Ash Blossom are really, really hard to outplay with Branded, right? And of course, every deck has cards that like kind of beat it. Right? But I think for Branded, it's like kind of more, it's like a more prevalent thing, right? Because freaking D-Barrier not just like kind of beats your deck, it invalidates your entire, like everything you're trying to do. The same with Ash Blossom, basically, almost. And so there's been formats in the past when Ash Blossom wasn't very popular, namely in Tournament format, where I felt like Branded Bestial was like a solid off-meta pick because like most of the people were not playing Ash, and that was kind of something you could benefit from, like that. Or like the first Runick Spright format when they both just came out, like right after Power of the Elements. I think Branded was also not the worst type of deck because Ash Blossom also sucked in that format, right? And no one really bothered to play D-Barrier because there was better cards against Runick. There was a way better cards against Tier Elements, and Ash Blossom just kind of sucked because, like, you know, when Spright came out, like, hand traps were just awful for a second, right? For that format, until, like, more stuff was released, like, hand traps just all sucked. Like, at my deck at Euros, I played 0 hand traps, so there was, like, no Ashes anywhere, right? And so that was maybe a good moment to play Branded, because you would at least always resolve your Branded fusion, and you would not really get D-barriered. Right now, that's different, right? Right now, most of the time after siding, you have to really pray that there's no D-barrier. You have to pray that there's no Ash. Of course, you can take some precautions for it. Like, I've seen people who play cross out for, like, D-barrier and Ash. But still, it doesn't really feel great, right? You played 0 hand traps at Euros, instead you just broke the Geneva Conventions? Yes! Exactly. Because that was better. That was better than playing hand traps. The thing is, Branded is a good deck right now. But the fact that it is a good deck also makes it worse. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. It's kind of, yeah, it's okay, I would say. Any chance you'll end up just playing Kashtira? I view Kashtira. My take on Kashtira has changed a little bit. my take on Kashtira has changed a little bit in a way where my initial thoughts on Kashtira was I just hated it. Right? I just hated Kashtira in the beginning because it felt very counterable. It felt very streamlined, like it always does the same thing. And I didn't like that. Now, the recent weeks and the recent playtesting that I've done has changed my mind on that a little bit. Not completely. I still think that's a reasonable reason not to play Kashtira. But I do think in some instances it has shown that there is some flexibility in how you can play your turn 1 in order to outplay certain tech cards, right? You can outplay Nibiru, you can outplay Lava Golem, you can outplay this or that. At the end of the day, it still feels a little bit like you're gambling, right? Monzivice9, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. It still feels like you're gambling because, like, everyone knows that the line to play around Nibiru exists. So, like, it feels like only half the people are playing Nibiru, and the other half just, like, settles on, like, kaijus and whatnot. So you're kind of still coin flipping in that sense, right? You're like, if I commit to this Rise Heart line with only 4 summons, yes, I play around 3 cards, but I lose to the other 3. Like, I lose to a kaiju, I lose to a Kurikara, I lose to whatever. Even if I have Lance, I lose to those cards. And that's annoying, right? And then it's just, there's a lot that goes into it. And, like, while I don't hate Kashtira as much as I used to initially, I still don't think I will be playing it. Like, the only universe where I see myself playing Kashtira is when I try a lot of stuff and nothing else works consistently. In that universe, I could maybe see myself pulling up with Kashtira and just trying to find some edges in deck building for Kashtira, because I really don't think there is that much of an edge to be gained in playing Kashtira other than, like, picking the correct line out of the 2 or 3 lines you have available, right? There's, like, 3 ways you can play Kashtira right now with your opening hand. You can go for the mono Arise Heart. You can go for the standard combo that locks 3 zones, like Diablosis, Shangri-Ira, and Arise Heart with 2 cards, or you can do the 3-card combo that locks all the back row. There's only 3. You only have 3 lines available, and based on your opening hand, you have to decide. But I don't think that's that much of a skill edge, really, to have. And so I wouldn't feel super comfortable with Kashtira, but it's basically only a failsafe if everything else doesn't work. I think Labyrinth is still a very solid option. It's just a matter of will people prepare for Labyrinth, or is it still fine as a sleeper deck? Is Tier viable? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's a completely terrible deck. I just think the other decks that we have right now are just stronger. Is Naturia Runick or Spright Runick better in your opinion? It's hard to say. It's probably close. I think there is an argument to be made that Naturia Runick is a little bit stronger because it has stronger grind game in itself. Like, without Elf, the sprites really lose a lot of grind game. One thing that I do like about the Runick Spright deck, which is also something that was demonstrated in a couple of the previous games that we just played, is that the deck is not very reliant on its normal summon. Like, Naturia Runick needs the normal summon to play most of the time. If you get your normal summon interrupted, or you simply don't draw a normal summon, you can't really do anything, right? Like, the amount of games where when I play Runick Naturia, there's a lot more games where I just pass with Hugin and a couple of Runick cards simply because I didn't see any Mole Cricket or Naturia Camellia, right? Whereas in Spright, you don't need to draw blue, you don't need to draw Jet, you don't need to draw Iperia, you don't need to draw Capshell, you don't need to draw any other Spright card. As long as you draw any level 2 card, you are fine. And you play so many of them, right? And in Naturia, it has to be Tree to discard or Camellia or Mole Cricket. If you don't have any of those, your deck doesn't do that much, right? And that, I like the consistency, basically, from Spright Runick, right? Because that deck, it just it doesn't break, realistically, right? It just doesn't exist, right? The deck plays like, the list that we just had plays like 3 non-engine. That's it. Right? I guess Double Cross doesn't count. Double Cross and Smashers don't count, but like that's it. Like everything else is just packed full of engine. So like your hands are very consistent. And the Naturia Runick deck, where do I have it? Naturia, yeah. Naturia Runick has less engine, right? Because it plays Nib, it plays Ash, it plays Book, which to an extent is also an advantage sometimes. Being able to play engine like that is an advantage sometimes. But in the sense of opening consistent combo hands, it can definitely fail you sometimes, this deck. Also, I'm pretty sure Book of Moon is just incorrect. Because I thought about Book of Moon and Book of Eclipse in Runick Spright, and then I thought to myself, if I book anything going second, I can't clear it. Like, that's so bad. They're just, if I book that or Ice Heart, even if it works, they get it back. It's awful, I think. The one problem I have with Runick Spright is getting baited, 1 or 2 disruptions, and opponents just pass without doing anything further. I lost my resource and can't finish the game. So what you're saying is basically the grind game, right? The grind game, and I will agree with that. The grind game is worse now. It is worse now, and it's also a lot harder to pilot and to predict what the right play is, I think. With this deck, I do agree. I mean, losing Elf hurts a lot. Like I do sometimes at night still wake up and like be in tears about losing Elf. Like it's not fun to have to deal with no Elf, you know? What do you think about Book of Moon versus Book of Eclipse in non-Runick Spright lists? I've talked about this in more detail on a recent YouTube video that I did. I made a tier list for board breakers / going second cards. So if you haven't seen that yet, I can highly recommend it because I discuss a lot more cards, not just Book of Eclipse and Book of Moon. It's this video right here. So YouTube if you want to check that out if you haven't seen it yet. But in very short form, I think Book of Moon is it's kind of like the comparison we did earlier with Kaijus versus Lava Golem, where Kaijus are a low risk, low reward kind of card, and Lava Golem is a high risk, high reward kind of card, because sometimes it's dead, you don't get your normal summon, that's risky, sometimes you need it, but it clears 2 monsters, which is more powerful, whereas a Kaiju can't really be played around, and it does not conflict with your normal summon, so very low risk of you dead drawing a Kaiju, especially when you go second. So, the Kaiju is lower risk, but also lower reward, because it only tributes 1 monster. And Book of Moon versus Book of Eclipse is very similar, because Book of Moon always does what it does, right? Book of Moon is always solid. You go first, Book of Moon is solid. You go second, Book of Moon is solid. Can't get ashed. All that good stuff. You don't really have to worry about clearing the monster that you book. Like, I mean, you want to clear it, but if you don't clear it, then it doesn't get flipped face up and they don't draw a card. Like, it's okay. And when you go first, it's a lot better than Book of Eclipse because it doesn't book your own shit. Like, if I open with a board and then I set Book of Eclipse and my opponent starts with a Kashtira, I'm just mad at the fact that that's a Book of Eclipse. I would much rather have that be a Book of Moon so I can just book that Kashtira monster without booking my own board. And without giving them draws in the end phase. And without flipping back up their Kashtira monster so they can use it. So, like, I think that's what makes Book of Moon overall a very solid card this format. And Book of Eclipse also a solid card, but, like, more high risk, high reward type of thing. Yeah. Doesn't a mini twin package give you a bit more grind in Runick? I think so. I think I have a list, actually. I had this list, which is, it's kind of a recipe, if I'm going to be honest. Like, this is kind of a recipe right here. I haven't gotten to try this, but I think it's also fine. But I don't want to play it right now. But I think the idea here is that you don't need to draw any of the twins. You just send one with Sprint. You send one with Sprint, you summon the other with Gigantic, and then you can make all the Evil Twin plays, and that's basically your elf replacement. Because you draw a couple cards, and it gives you a pop on the opponent's turn too. I think that's neat. I think it actually is neat. I think we're going to try this at some point. I think we are going to try this at some point. Like, I guess I can demonstrate real quick in like a standard hand. Because I was thinking about making this my deck profile as well. Yeah, this hand should do it. I mean, this hand's great. But like, as an example, you would start here, here, here. I mean, this hand is nutty, to be fair. This... It's a little annoying for Runick Spright how you kind of have to play around Nibiru by going for red. But then you would rather have something for Kirit. So you send, I believe... Wait, I always mess this up. Which one do you want to summon first? Pink? Yeah, pink. So you send this. I'm going to ignore hand traps. You have ways to play around Nibiru here, but the basic combo idea. Couldn't you just... You could also summon Gigantic earlier, but then you play into like Imperm and whatnot. So the idea is that the Gigantic summons the Kisi kill here. And then you would... in this case, you would go for a Runick to draw 3. Alright. Draw 3. Hello. Give me my draws. Cap Shell. We haven't even normal summoned, so we can actually even use that Cap Shell still. So the idea is basically... You go for pink first. You special back the Lila. Well, in this case, you wouldn't actually. In this case, you would normal summon Cap Shell. And then you would make IP first, actually. I don't play IP. Never mind. Scratch what I said. The build is not finished. Maybe you don't need IP. Scratch what I said. So the Kisi kill, maybe you don't even need the Cap Shell, but the basic idea is that you end on this doesn't have to go here. You draw a card here, and you end on something like this. Your cards in hand can obviously vary. This seems very Winmore to me. I'll tell you why it's not. I don't think it's Winmore. I'll tell you why I don't think it's Winmore is because this provides you with what you're missing in a lot of ways in the other deck. I don't know if it's better, but it's definitely not Winmore because this provides so much. It provides you with tributes for red and Kirit because you can leave both on the board, which normally you don't want to do that, but you can, like, you know, tribute whichever one you want. Or you can also link them off and then use one. Like, you get a pop on the opponent's turn, you get a draw on the opponent's turn, you get another draw on the opponent's turn. And this is just very synergistic with Runick. The fact that you draw multiple cards on your opponent's turn and you get a pop out of it, which Runick really likes. Runick really likes having a pop on the opponent's turn because it gets rid of monsters that you don't need to worry about without a battle phase. And it does that every turn, right? It's like you draw a card and you pop a card almost every turn with this. So I think it's interesting, to say the very least. Of course, there's a lot of optimization to be done. I currently also play Soul Scissors. I don't know if that's good. And also Cap Shell. I'm not sure if you want these. Like, you have technically, this is not mandatory, this is not mandatory, and this is not mandatory. So technically, there's also 7 slots here. There's 7 slots that you can still use. You could use more twin normal summons, but I would ideally not do that because, like I showed you, you don't technically need them. You don't technically need any twin normal summons. So why play them? Why not play something more impactful? Like if yeah, but maybe. You can play more reds. There's a lot of things you can do. There's a lot of things you can do. This is the skeleton, I think. 33 cards skeleton, which leaves you with 7 slots, which isn't the worst. Been playtesting the list you posted on YouTube, and it's performing super well and very fun. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. I think it's solid. I can show you what we just updated it a little bit, in case you want to consider any of the changes that we made. But yeah, I think it's, yeah, okay. We have time for one more game. We have time for one more game, so why don't we jam a game with this? Because we don't have time to build a deck and then also play it. Let's play a game against Kashtira with this deck. But let me wait. This is only from the extra deck, right? From the extra deck, yes. Kaiju, second red. Oops, not this. And then a 3 of... What's the 3 of I want to do here? Let's do 1 Hyperia. Just so we can draw sometimes. And then... Do we do the 2 Metal Foes fusion? Just for the sake of it? Let's do the 2 Metal Foes fusion. Could also be like double cross, whatever. We do play Muckraker in this, so we could play Capshell. Yeah. I don't know if it's Capshell, but let's do Capshell double cross. All right, let's do a game. Oh, no, solo mode, wrong game. Unfortunate. How does Metal Foes get into graveyard with no reasoning using Hugin? What do you mean? You just discarded for Hugin. That is the reason. You can also use like Nightmare Phoenix, Muckraker, anything. In the extra deck is not perfect yet. Yeah, there's a couple of extra deck cards that discard that you can use. Have you given your opinions on MathMech yet? Oh, you don't want to know my opinion on MathMech. You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. Why play only 1 Lila? Because I don't really want to draw it. Doesn't this deck really struggle against pseudo FTKs like Dark World? I mean, every deck without hand traps does. Every deck without hand traps does. So yes, I mean, yeah. On the flip side, you also win every time going first. So it's like a 50-50 at worst. I don't think Dark World can beat this deck when it goes first. Unless they open really well. Because even Lava Golem doesn't really do it. Because you have so many Runick cards as well. So at worst, it's like 50-50. Okay, that looks like we're getting zone locked for 5. Oh no, okay. If that was a kaiju dude, I would have screamed. If that was a freaking kaiju, I would have screamed. They have preparation. One of them is preparation. It's super likely they have Forbidden Lands. I freaking hate Forbidden Lands. But the thing is, what am I supposed to do? The only thing I can do against Forbidden Lands is draw 2 useful Runics that do something to a Rysar. But I only ever draw 1. I could start playing Slumber Special. Slumber Special, no effect. Special these 2. If they don't do anything, I guess that's what I need to do. Gary in battle loses to if they play Infinite Track, they just attach it after I use the Runic spell, so that's pointless. If they have Infinite Track, then it doesn't work. I hate when this happens. This is so stupid, dude. Why can't I draw a Kaiju in these games? Where's my Kaiju, dude? I think we need Cosmic for Birth. I think Birth is way too strong. I don't even know if we need Barrier, to be honest. Can you tribute the face down with red? You cannot. I mean... I think you can't. I thought you can't. I don't think it's the same as type or name or something like that. I feel like I don't think you could. I didn't think you could. But maybe you can. Maybe I'm wrong. You can? Oh. Then there was a world where we can win that last game. Then there was a world in which we win that last game. The fucked up thing here is... That's a fucked up thing as well, but that's not what I meant. I didn't even side out any I did not even side out any Runics. And I still only get 1. Also, when I have Cosmic, they never have the field spell. Oh, they take lands. They already have everything. That's unfortunate. Lance also outs freaking Gigantic Spright because they can now attack over it. I'm so in shambles, dude. I don't think it should have been D-Barrier. I don't think it should have been D-Barrier. Yeah, I mean, I don't think D-Barrier is that good actually against Kashtira the more I think about it. Well, what a great showcase of that deck. What a very great showcase of that deck that was, huh? Maybe this deck ain't it, Chief. Ah, yes. I love doing one test game and then already knowing whether the deck is good or not. Yes. I love just throwing away a deck after I bricked once. That is very good testing. That is very good testing. I don't think I should have kept D-Barrier. D-Barrier probably wasn't that good. Because if I think about it, the cards I took out the Kaijus. I took out the Kaijus for the Cosmics. But I also sided out, I think, Capshell, Iperia. Yeah, if I had one of those, that would have been a lot better. That would have been a lot better. We played through a lot if we draw a Capshell or Iperia there. But game 1 was probably winnable if you contribute face downs for red, yeah. You never built a deck, test one hand, and then throw it away. I've done it. But not because the game was bad, but because it more like, because it, what do I, like, if I, sometimes I build a deck, but I already think it's bad. And then my first game just confirms it. And then I people leave, you know what I mean? That happens sometimes. But for this deck, I think this deck is playable. Like Runick Spright in general. I don't think it's the best deck. I don't think I'm gonna bring it to the YCS. But I think it's definitely better than you guys are making it out to be. Especially if you know what you're doing with it. When I think the deck is good, I cope on it for a while. I mean, I do a little bit of coping myself sometimes, but I think it's fine. Do you think it's the best Sprite version? I'm not sure. I actually do think it's worth testing some other Sprite versions as well. I do plan on making that a stream, right? I do plan on making that a stream, I think next week, where I just take one stream where I try a couple different Sprite versions. I mean, we've done that before, but I haven't really, there's still 2 versions that I haven't really tried. There is Tri-Brigade Sprite, and what else is there? There's one more, Melfi Sprite. Those 2 I haven't tried yet, and I do want to. Every Runick Spright board I have been testing feels very weak. I think if that's your issue, you're not playing the deck correctly. And I don't mean that in an insulting way. I think your issue with this deck currently should never be, oh, the board I made when going first was not good enough. Right? Because that is not this deck's problem. This deck going first is still a monster. I know losing Elf sucks, but this deck going first is still a monster. Like, this deck still accumulates so much card advantage. And if you know how to use that card advantage to win the game, I think it's still an absolute monster of a deck. Like, going first, this deck should beat almost everything. Besides some evenly matched combinations that also bait carrot. Like, if there's a scenario where they can bait your carrot and then evenly you can lose. But for the most part, against all the meta decks, if this deck gets to go first, it does win. With the average hands. Of course you can break, but every deck can. So my bigger problem with this deck is going second. I don't think going first is an issue at all. What do you think about Traptrix this format? I think Traptrix is a good budget option, but probably not enough to like completely tear up YCS. I think it's an okay deck overall if you compare it to non-budget options. Anyways, I know you guys have a lot of questions. I think we're gonna do a like something like a Q&A stream soon as well. I have that in the works, so keep your questions for that, because that's gonna be it for today. Sadly, that will be it for today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you did enjoy the stream and you are not followed yet, feel free to follow the channel. It would mean a lot to me. I'm trying to get to 20k followers ASAP. So if you're not followed yet, that's completely free. And you get notifications when I go live again for either TCG or Master Duel or anything else Yu-Gi-Oh related. Without further ado, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll be back as soon as tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. I hope you have a great day until then, or a good night wherever you are. And I will send you guys over to the homie Distant Coder, who's doing a subathon right now. I don't know if he's sleeping, if he's awake yet. I don't know. He's doing a subathon. It's still going. So send my regards to Distant Coder, and I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. And bye bye everyone. Peace. Thank you for all the support as always, and bye bye.